Iris, nice. Astrid, Slingcock. Men's shirts, short skirts. Oh, really go wild. Yeah, do it in the style. Oh, yeah, get in the action, feel the attraction, color my hair, do what I dare. Oh. What is that? What the heck is that, dude? What's up, y'all? Y'all's is. How you feeling? Famco, what's up, dude? You were first, Iris. You were sitting at your desk waiting. I was just searching to see if you're here, Mr. Jorl. Jorl of Rivendare. Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Yeah, you guys... You can thank me whenever you want. It's no problem. Grew out my mustache just for Daddy's Day. Closing up the restaurant? Nice. Oh, wait. One more customer. They want 50 eggs. Uncooked. Hey, Jade, what's up? Maybe I should make my screen orange so the blue light doesn't kill me. Let's read in the house. What's up, dudes? How are you, my friend? I'm good, man. Counting my blessings. The blessing of every day. Guess what? What's that? Chicken butt. Better not be chicken butt, or I'm gonna be frickin' the frick out. Funny, I was just saying you should be popping up here pretty quick. Yeah, it's like I get to like 9 o'clock, I'm like, well, better get started. And then it's like 10:30, I'm like, oh, fuck. You changed your major. What were you before? You were like literature or something, like reading? You were trying to pretty much be me. Well, here, Sunday night's like, yeah, good to see you. I work my 4 a.m. shifts and we listen to your stories. About to sleep for my shift tomorrow. Oh, nice, dude. Get some sleep. Get one of those sleep masks. If you ever see those masks that cover your eyes for sleep if you're working nights, they really, really do help, I think. Because I'm kind of nocturnal myself. How many times do you think we'll shake that thing tonight? Good question. Dude, remember how I hurt my back like a little while ago? It's been getting worse over the course of like however many days this weekend. And I don't know. I was told I should not try and like stretch too much or you could actually like make it worse. But dude, I'm telling you, like, stretching is like the only thing that makes it like have relief and make you think like you're good to go. And I'm not going to work out. I'm going to take some time away. I know, that's like some serious old man shit. And it happened, I think I told you last time, it happened when I was jogging. Stretching your neck. Yeah, do you think that would help? Like translate down to the back? It's like lower back, like my lumbar. I watched this episode of that show Tires with Shane Gillis. And the one guy like falls down. He's like, my lumbar. I thought that was really funny. Yeah, but I realize I'm probably going to be broke and the job growth is slim, so I changed it to biotech. There you go. You can work with Moderna. You can make something that can give us all huge balls. Lynn, thank you for the 150. Happy Father's Day to Big Papa Letcher and all the amazing men out there taking the job. Y'all are appreciated and so important to your loved ones. Thank you. We do our best. Us cat dads. My heating pad and lumbar support wrap helps. Yeah, I bet people keep telling me to get a heating pad, which would make some sense. What did I do today with my dad? So my dad had to work, so I gave him his presents, but we're gonna do a meal, I think next Saturday, once everybody's got some free time as a fam jam. Am I a giraffe? I am, yeah. That long neck. That's what you say there. My daddy. If he heard me say that, he would kill me. You're 18, throwing your back out already. Oh man, I'm sorry. Also stretch your hip flexors. Dude, yeah, that's the one that made the biggest difference. So like hamstring stretch, the couch stretch against the wall. That's the one that I do that like sucks the most, but then afterwards I'm like, I literally feel like I'm high. Like I'm like, oh fuck, I feel free, boy. Yeah, let's go. And I genuinely I do feel that that's like the best stretch in the world. Oh wait, Lynn's gotta go. Oh, okay, sorry Lynn, take care. Thank you for stopping by. Happy Father's Day. But it's like the best stretch in the world, but at the same time, like, I don't know, I kind of wonder if AI, because I was typing into AI, and I feel like AI might be misleading me. It's the basilisk. It wants me to die already, and tells me not to stretch because it will hurt things. Why don't you go back to the basics of stretching, those basic ass stretches you had to do in high school before? Yeah, no, that's nothing wrong with that. Especially the hammy jammy ones. I sound different, really? Wait, in like tone or actual sound? Because I don't want the sound to be. Just messaged one of my friends I met online on PS4, and his younger brother messaged me, he died in a car crash. Oh my god, I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy. Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gift or two. Jonah Isaac. They sound the same. Okay, good. More throaty. What does that mean? You know me, I'm the throat goat. You sent me a message. What did you say? I don't really check my messages. You can tell it to me here, though. I got some pretty funny messages over my email, though. It was like I actually wanted to read it to you guys just to show you guys what kind of shit I get sent to me sometimes. Yeah, this one, I don't know, this one made me laugh a lot. It says, most important, all capitals, aliens interview and story experiences you'll ever upload. I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And it says, I'm reaching out to you on behalf of my administrator of a humanitarian organization who's involved with many people within government, military, and other credible backgrounds regarding both paranormal activities and highly classified intelligence. The admin, TM, has an abundance of credible stories they can divulge and would even be willingly enough to manage recorded interviews for your uploads. They're teeming with stories and experiences regarding beings from the stars and the ethereal realms. He believes the time is now for the matrix of secrecy to be brought to the forefront, for humanity to become educated and brought up to speed on the realization that in due time, the human species realizes it was never alone. I can arrange an immediate virtual meeting with my administrator so you both can become properly acquainted and discuss the terms and process moving forward to establish the blueprint of divulging his information to your audience. A select few content creators are being approached for special consideration. We are more than delighted to give you an invitation into the world of mystery the world governments have unjustly shielded from the public awareness for far too long. Cheers, and stay blessed. Guys, I gotta do it. I gotta talk to this person for the content. I think their name is the funniest, because their name is literally like alien as shit. It's just like Januxa Sindega. Like, that's some shit straight from Star Wars, bro. Yeah, what if an Indian call center was schizophrenic but also from outer space? You've seen the Bigfoot vlogs? Yeah, wait, that's just the memes, right? Not actual Bigfoot stuff, right? That does sound very official, especially interacting with the administration. We're all laughing, but it's I know, it would be, I mean, honestly, maybe now's the time. Maybe this is whenever, it does sound like Simlish. Yeah, those AI Bigfoot vlogs are funny. It scares me, honestly, how good. I mean, I guess I've said that a million times, but AI is just... it's here. Joel could get invited to experience a once-in-a-lifetime thing and follow anyone. That's true. I should just do it. Did you see that JoJo Siwa came out as straight? Is that what they do now? You have to, like, everybody just assumed gay, and you actually have to prove to everyone you're straight. See, guys, look. When I look at chicks, I get a boner. I promise I'm straight. Everyone's like, that's a fake. That's a dildo in your pants. That's just like such a funny thing. Which then, honestly, doesn't that make you wonder what Jojo Siwa was like? Was she lying the whole time? Or is this just to get, like, gay until proven straight? Yeah. Or is this just to get, like, more attention? Jensen, holy shit, welcome back for 60 months. How long is that? Is that 5 years? Flicking my bean to Joel's stream. Jensen, what do you think about JoJo Siwa coming out as straight as a board, flat as a pancake? For clout. Listen, as a member of the incredibly straight community, there's a lot of things that JoJo Siwa is going to have to do to be permitted into the club. You've heard of the LGBTQAI S649 plus community. Well, wait till you hear about the S community. The straighters. Straight folk. As a straight identifying fella, I feel like we've been duped for years. Me and her could have been dating for like a while. And she was just lying to all of you guys the whole time. Jessica, thank you for the buckaroony. Appreciate you. Yeah, the straight community is also known as Alcoholics Anonymous. She's got to throw out that strap now. What has she got? Hey, Babes Mariba. Jojo Siwa was has a big ass forehead. That's how you can tell if someone's in the straight community is by the size of their noggin. The size of their receding hairline. Alright guys, we're gonna read some kind of an interesting topic tonight, private security. This song's kind of cool though. Real quick, let's just appreciate it. Okay, anyways. Thanks for being here, guys. Click that like button, click share, do whatever you have to do to make me feel like I matter. In the grand scheme, is dating hard for me? I guess the hardest part is just finding people that don't have a lot of loved ones. Just so that they're not missed. Just kidding, ha ha ha. Hee hee ha ha ha. Bit of dark humor for you Republicans. Oh yeah. Do a playlist, top favorite artists? Not really. Just kind of put whatever the fuck YouTube shoves in my face on. I don't even look at the name of the song. My first gifter, how does that work if I'm already a member? Oh, that's a good point. What's my song of the week? Am I an LGBT ally? Hey, if they're willing to fight next to me in the Battle of Rohan, then we are allies. If they're prepared to take on the Goblin Scourge. Scourge. I don't know if scourge is a word. Alright, dudes. Wart. Crime Girl, how's your channel going? Let's check it out. Let's take a peek. Let's get an update. 2 months ago, creepypasta inspired. Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that one. Nice. Oh wait, somebody said that they caught the person who killed the Minnesota lawmakers. Which is so fucking insane to me, dude, that the fact that we have like lawmakers just I feel like this is like an unprecedented amount of assassinations in America. Like, what the fuck is going on? Man suspected shooting 2 Minnesota lawmakers caught. AP sources say Belle Plaine, Minnesota. The man suspected of killing a Minnesota lawmaker and wounding another has been taken into custody, 2 law enforcement officials said, bringing an end to a nearly 2-day search that put the state on edge. Vance Bolter was arrested Sunday evening. The arrest was confirmed to the Associated Press by law enforcement officials who were not authorized to publicly discuss details of the ongoing investigation. Spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. Former Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed in their Brooklyn Park home early Saturday in the northern Minneapolis suburbs. Senator John Hoffman, also a Democrat, and his wife Yvette were injured at the Champlin home about 9 miles away. Bolter was captured in Minnesota, though officials didn't immediately say where. Earlier Sunday, Drew Evans, superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said at a news conference a nationwide warrant was out for the suspect's arrest. Evans said authorities found a car very early Sunday they believe Bolter was using, a few miles from his home in Green Isle, in the farm country about an hour west of Minneapolis. He also said they found evidence in the car that was relevant to the investigation but did not provide details. Authorities named Bolter, 57, as the suspect, saying he wore a mask as he posed as a police officer, even allegedly altering a vehicle to make it look like a police car. Evans confirmed that the investigators found a cowboy hat near the vehicle and believe it belonged to Bolter. The superintendent also said authorities interviewed Bolter's wife and other family members in connection with Saturday's shootings. He said they were cooperative and were not in custody. The FBI had also issued a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction. They circulated a photo taken Saturday of Bolter wearing a tan cowboy hat and asked the public to report sightings. More than 100 law enforcement officers, including SWAT teams, were searching the area, including nearby homes, Evans said. He also said they had received more than 400 tips from the public. The earlier search happened in rural Sibley County. The shootings came as political leaders nationwide had been attacked, harassed, and intimidated amid deep political divisions. Lawmakers said they were disturbed by the attacks as Twin Cities residents mourned. What was the reasoning? What was the reasoning for the assassination? What was the reasoning for the They voted wrong. Right, what was the vote on? Something she voted for ICE, I think. Jesus. June 5th, attacks on Minnesota officials resulted in the death of former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband. Serious injuries. Senator John Hoffman and his wife were ruled by authorities as politically motivated assassination with strongly ideological underpinnings. Main motivation behind the attacks: anti-abortion political ideology. Investigators discovered a manifesto and a hit list of about 70 individuals in the suspect's vehicle, including pro-abortion rights politicians, abortion providers, and various Democrats. Targeting Democratic politicians, the list explicitly named prominent figures like Governor Tim Walz, Senator Amy Klobuchar, Representative Ilhan Omar, and AG Keith Ellison, reflecting strong animosity toward the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. Suspect's extremist beliefs: the assailant, 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter, were known Trump supporter, registered Republican who preached against abortion and LGBTQ rights. He disguised himself as a police officer, complete with a Fox Police SUV uniform, body armor, purported badge, and even a latex mask to gain access to his target's home. Oh yeah, I thought someone said, yeah, what was the vote? I thought she voted in favor of... Yeah, wasn't the vote to take health care away from illegal people? It was good to see us unite for the pro. Yeah, I don't know if it was united, to be honest with you. Friends with the accused assailant. Really? Was laughably fakest stories ever come across your desk over the years? Oh, I have no idea, honestly. I'll have to think about it. Probably one we read tonight. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I thought the shooter was like a Democrat? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's... So, but this is AI telling me here, and it seems that they're saying it was a conservative motivated assassin. Had to do with health care for immigrants. So the person, they said they voted against the bill so that maybe they could get favor in the next bill as like a negotiation thing. Because I thought like there was a bunch of Democrats that were like putting her down or whatever outside of it or whatever, and she was almost like in agreement with them. She was like, I had to do what I had to do or whatever. So wait, why did AI tell me all this shit? That he was a Republican? Unless he maybe is a mix of like multiple ideologies. I don't know. How was my Friday the 13th? I guess it was okay. I think that's when my back started to get terrible. It's a cursed back. Because they changed the story. Wait, so AI is completely off base with this story then? That's kind of crazy. He was an appointee of Tim Walz, which then would make him a Democrat, right? That seems kind of crazy. It's so weird that like, when AI is incorrect, how like this looks so official. It's got like sources. What the fudge? Well, they've already got it on Wikipedia. Minnesota State Representative was assassinated gunshot by Brooklyn, United States. Her husband Mark was killed in the same attack. Now I'm just like fascinated by the fact that it just like made some shit up. Interesting. Grok is great. Yeah, now I'm not on Twitter anymore. I've never used Grok. I guess maybe I'm thankful I've not used Grok, but at the same time, I am curious about the different forms of AIs. Sometimes they go off on different angles depending on the issue. You can spin the story the way that you want, and this is how journalistic integrity got thrown out the window. Well, it's even weirder because you kind of have to, you would kind of assume AI would be like impartial, or at least create like a compilation of all the data points or whatever, but that's very weird. What's up, Rafaela? Yeah, that's odd. Yeah, I would have been completely thrown for a loop there. Anyways, sorry, I don't mean to get us on some tangent, even though it's a very important story, it seems, in the sense that, like, why the fuck is this shit happening pretty frequently on U.S. soil? I mean, obviously there's crime all the time, but I mean, in this sort of, like, sense, it's just like, I don't know. I guess it just goes to show you that, like, nobody is untouchable within this system, and it's pretty terrifying. Because you just don't want it to, you don't want, like, further copycats, you know, and end up fucking devolving into, like, the crazy shit you see with the cartel down in Central America, South America, you know, because it's like political assassinations on, like, mayors down there, you know, just I don't know. Having a wonderful Sunday. Thanks for asking. That's good. Good to hear. Grok is your e-girlfriend. We need more of those, honestly. E-chicks. What's up, Shorn? Hey, Biker Dave. Thank you, dude. AI often gives a lack of accountability we seem to be looking for in our nation. Yeah, it's odd. Especially since it had, like, sources down below it, but I'm like, I don't know. I could take more time to look into it, but I guess it's just, you guys know the deal of the story. All right. So the AI didn't lie to you. I'm saying anything we're hearing from the media right now could essentially be bullshit. Oh, okay. They could spin a yarn and then it could change. Maybe AI is getting data from like previous day. I don't know. Ten-year moratorium. I heard that, dude. I am so like, I don't know, man. The next 10 years I feel like are not going to be super fantastic because, I don't know, just seeing where things go. The fact that you mentioned before how they're like planning on using Palantir on like US soil to like track everybody and shit, and just eventually they're going to be cataloging through all that data they have on you from like NSA. And I mean, I don't know. It just makes me wonder to what kind of catalyst event is going to be necessary to sort of like completely abridge the Constitution so that this AI system can, I mean, who knows, maybe it'll already have it on you so that they can kind of just like pick and choose in the sense of like, show me the person, I'll show you the crime type thing. I don't know, man. I just think this sort of like left-right paradigm is like such a fucking Trojan horse for so many people. You know what I mean? You get so comfortable with your like one side that you don't realize that the pendulum continues to swing back and forth further and closer to being comfortable with like authoritarian, unconstitutional actions against people. And it really sucks because, you're cool with it at one point. Like, you're cool with the National Guard going out during like COVID. You saw that in like Minnesota with like Tim Walz. But then people are just like all, insane about it during this time, which granted, yes, make a stink, but it's just insane to me whenever people are just kind of comfortable with it in certain contexts. Because then you can just like see how easy it is to like manipulate your mind if you're just associating with one party or the other to that extent that it becomes tribalistic. It'll be fine. All right, I like that too. Honestly, I like saying everything's cool. The Hegelian dialectic. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot recently. Just problem, reaction, solution type stuff. And it sucks. It's like the left-right paradigm of like left politics versus right politics. You're always going to basically be stuck within that Overton window, that Hegelian dialectic. And, there's going to be some aspect of the identity within those parties that you're going to either identify with or have such distaste towards the other side that you just like get galvanized or pulled towards one direction. And that's when you're just like so easy to manipulate, you know what I mean? They already dog walked a California Senator Padilla into a gnome presser and walked him out in cuffs. Well, sorry, what's the context there? I'm confused. Minnesota's full of nice people, but also gets wild and scary. Thank God I'm in. Yeah. The idea that there is simply two ideas and you have to be on one or the other is humanity's current biggest curse. Exactly, and it's crazy how like since the sort of Trump, it's like you have Trump and then you have the media, right? And it's like that sort of presentation of a narrative has essentially just like amplified that like left versus right curse upon everyone even more so. And I feel like you just have to like be able to analyze a little bit more to allow yourself to be free of said curse. Considering the things you've said to me, you're absolutely... Oh. Wait, what are we talking about? Wait, why are you being... Don't be mean to babes, please. Guys, don't be mean to... Don't be mean to anybody in here, but especially don't be mean to the mods. I haven't trusted media in a while. I watch independent commenters, not... Yeah, it's, Sorry, yeah, I don't know. Somebody tagged you there. You can just time them out or whatever. No big deal. Moving on. Anyways, okay, we got private security stories here tonight. 3 of those. Should be interesting. My name's Sean, and I'm from Ireland. To cut a long story short, I used to take part in amateur boxing fights, hoping to break into the professional circuit. But to keep protein on my plate in between bouts, I used to work for a private security firm in my home city of Dublin. I thought it'd all be on... What's this phrase? I thought it'd all be on the doors. Oh, like working the doors. What does JFC stand for? I think it means Jesus fucking Christ, which is his middle name. Ireland sounds Pennsylvanian. What does? Someone named Sean from Ireland. Dublin, he's English. Wait, what am I doing wrong? I'm confused. Did I say something incorrect there? No, it isn't his middle name. You're telling me the F word is not his middle name? Dublin is Ireland, not England. Did I say something incorrect? I thought I said Ireland. I'm from Ireland. Anyways, I don't know. I thought I got it right there. Did I say something wrong? They're trolling me. Okay, no worries. Well, it's weird. Sometimes, like, the things people say, it's like a concern of, like, something said incorrectly, which... Oh, did I break into an Irish... I didn't break into an Irish accent, did I? Sorry. I'm freaking losing me marbles. Anyways. I thought it'd all be on the doors, like being a bouncer, but as it turned out, there was more to private security than throwing drunks out of bars. That was a lot of what the job consisted of, don't get me wrong, but every so often, we got a job that was a bit out of the ordinary. For example, I had to guard a place of worship at one point because some absolute tools were camped outside trying to intimidate the people going in and out. We got hired to guard a nursery once too, if you can believe that, because some mental case had come around threatening the kids, and the guard I couldn't... Why do I have so many ads? Dude, I'm fairly certain I have my ads turned off for live stream. But listen, YouTube changed something. YouTube 100% changed something. I literally have ads turned off for the streams, but YouTube changed something like a while ago. In 20 minutes, I got 15 ads. Dude, it's so dumb. They completely fucked shit up because they started like throwing like tons of ads into like old videos and shit like that. No, it's all good. It's just like, you probably noticed, like a bunch of people I feel like have been complaining about it in like the YouTube realm. But I mean, it's basically almost trying to like encourage people to get the, the member or whatever the fuck it is, like the premium shit. Which is cool, but at the same time, like, there's so many times I get comments on old videos, or, I had to change it on my more recent videos, where they sit there and say, like, don't worry, we're going to put ads where it seems like natural. And then they end up putting, like you said, 20 ads in like 15 minutes. And I'm like, that's not fucking natural, YouTube. Like, whatever AI system you're using is like clearly fucking brain dead. It's not working. It's not pleasing to the customer. Or the viewer. I mean, I don't know. And your channel specifically want to notice that on couldn't... I couldn't get an ad ever 1.5 to 2 minutes and knew it was YouTube and not you. Yeah, because like I specifically, when I put ads, I put one before the video, and then I put one like a half hour into the video, and then if there's still like time or whatever, I might put another one at some point towards the end. But beyond that, like whatever the fuck YouTube changed, it completely, like, it's one of those things where I can now address it on future videos, but all the old shit is just inundated with it and I can't fucking change. Yeah. And it's like impossible to sleep because I know people use it to sleep. It's just dumb because like what the fuck do I do to like go change that back? What's up, Kylie? How we doing? Love ya, man. Thank you. LSAT studying. Nice, dude. Good luck. Represent the Constitution well, my friend. Oh, man. I don't know. If anybody, well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see how I can like change it on a wide sweeping scale for like previous videos, because that's really starting to piss people off. And it sucks because like since they implemented that, my views on videos, like, so like monthly, has gone down by like 1 million views. And that's a lot. That's a lot of, that's like 1/5 of my viewership monthly is just like completely gone because YouTube changed something. And I'm not saying that's the exact reason, but it's clear that like those old like evergreen videos that you continue to monetize and stuff, like if people discover that or whatever and they get 1,000 ads, they're not going to want to watch your shit. You know, they're not going to stick around. And then if they don't stick around, they don't suggest it to new people. And it's just sort of like a negative reinforcement thing that just keeps negatively affecting. When camping, got sunburnt. Oh, damn, that sucks. Do you think you could get anywhere by emailing YouTube? I don't know. I should have mentioned it in my most recent like interaction, but I can say it, and it's just weird. All of it's so strange. I thought it'd all be on the doors, like being a bouncer, but as it turned out, there was more to private security than throwing drunks out of bars. That was a lot of what the job consisted of, don't get me wrong. But every so often, we got a job that was a bit out of the ordinary. For example, I had to guard a place of worship at one point because some absolute tools were camped out trying to intimidate the people going in and out. We got hired to guard a nursery once too, if you can believe that, because some mental case had come around threatening the kids, and oh, that's where I was, that word, the guard eye or whatever. If you do keto, you can avoid sunburn. Why is that? Good. Gardae. What the hell is Gardae? It's Irish police. Oh, okay, thank you. We got hired to guard a nursery once too, if you can believe that, because some mental case had come around threatening the kids and the Gardae couldn't get hold of them. But without a doubt, the most memorable and most unusual event I was ever asked to provide security for was a funeral. But not just any funeral. It was for the boss of one of Dublin's biggest crime families. I'm not joking. This was back in 1991, when I was just 23, and by that time, I'd gotten used to getting the occasional weird job. But when my boss told me that we were to guard a funeral one Friday morning in September, I couldn't help but ask him for more details. It wasn't just me either. Everyone had their questions. Everyone had their questions about it. Then, when our boss filled us in, we could barely believe our eyes. I doubt anyone listening to this would recognize the name, but if you were alive in Dublin around then, I said the... Oh my gosh. Eat sunscreen, protect the insides. Sunscreen should be keto. YouTube lost on the Goigel class action once already. Streamers showed bias and algos from AI. Interesting. I doubt anyone listening to this would recognize the name, but if you were alive in Dublin around then, and I said the Fitzies, then you're definitely going to know who I'm talking about. Now anyway, Big Fitz had kicked the bucket, as you know, and he was going in the ground that Friday morning, and since the family was quite easily the wildest in all of Ireland, the big man's funeral needed fecking security. Let me just say many. I heard retinol thins your skin and makes you look old and sunburnt. Yeah, I heard some pretty bad side effects from that. Really not feeling all of these ads. YouTube has me stop listening to some podcasts. I can't relax with a commercial every... Yeah, I will. I'm definitely going to email them about that. I don't know. That's ridiculous because it hurts me. It hurts everybody, bro. And, there might be in there like, well, more people in memberships or whatever, or like premium and then more money to the creators. But like, not really if people don't, you know what I mean? Because how can they not see that and not anticipate that it's going to decrease the number of suggested views, Your cat shitted. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, Big Fitz had kicked the bucket, as you know, and he was going in the ground that Friday morning. And since the family was quite easily the wildest in all of Ireland, the big man's funeral needed many security guards. I believed it too. A family that mental and violent, with all that booze and grief in them, it'd probably look like a 5-card Vegas fight night by the time the buffet opened up. At least, that was the joke we were all sharing at the time. We just didn't know how right we were. We were told that we wouldn't be needed at the church. Why am I getting this wrong? We were told we wouldn't be needed at the church service, only at the Fitz or Fitz? Fuck me. Fitz. Alright, Jesus Christ. What's up, Silk? Am I sober? Yeah, I am sober. I'm just bad at reading, and I have to get it right because I'm recording and then edit later. We were told we wouldn't be needed at the church service, only at the Fitz family home, since that's where the alcohol would start flowing properly. Then on the morning of the funeral, we arrived at around 11 at this big mansion on the outskirts of the city. I'd never seen anything like it in the flesh, only on the television maybe, but not up close. It was like someone's dream home, all castle on the outside with modern living on the inside. They even had a maid that showed us around the place before the family got back from the church service, and we had to put on our professional hats to keep the place secure. The first black Range Rovers began turning up outside at around 11. The first black Range Rovers began turning up outside around 11:30, and out came a steamy... I need to make this text smaller, it's too fucking big. Jesus Christ. I'm seeing the word steamy. You ever listen to Armor for sleep? I feel like that's your style. Armor? I'm not familiar. The first black Range Rovers began turning up outside around 11:30. and out came a steady stream of weeping older women supported by their sons and nephews. It looked a lot like any other funeral, I suppose, only this one had outfits that some people hold. It looked a lot like any other funeral, I suppose, only this one had outfits that some people's whole salaries might not be able to cover. There was more Gucci and Prada than in an Italian fashion show, and I couldn't tell which reflected the sun's glare. God damn it, I am not able to keep up with this writing for some reason. I don't know why. Fuck me, dude. It's fine, it's not even like complex, I don't even know. I just can't fucking get a... It looked a lot like any other funeral, I suppose, only this one had outfits some people's whole salaries might not be able to cover. There was more Gucci and Prada than an Italian fashion show, and I couldn't tell which reflected the sun's glare brighter, the fancy leather on their shoes or the fancy watches on their wrists. Don't ever tell me crime doesn't pay. See, it's so fucking hard to I can make that sound so much fucking better if I'm not stumbling over the 9 sentences combined into fucking one. Too much enough sleep, too much caffeine. I mean, this is how it always is, honestly. Because I'm just dry reading all this shit, and that's how it goes. What's that? Azazel. There was more Gucci and Prada than an Italian fashion show, and I couldn't tell which reflected the sun's glare brighter, the fancy leather on their shoes or the fancy watches on their wrists. Don't ever tell me crime doesn't pay. The mood was very tense at first, as you can imagine it would be among a family full of violent gangsters, possibly even murderers. But aside from that very large aspect of the job, it was much like any other funeral for the first couple of hours. In fact, one of the hardest jobs I had in those first few hours was refusing all the drinks the Fitz family was offering. They were a wild bunch, but they grieved like any other Irish family, which meant that after all the teary-eyed tributes and hugs among the bereaved, this is story 1 of 3. They were a wild bunch, but they grieved like any other Irish family, which meant that after all the teary-eyed tributes and hugs among the bereaved, the party started. By about 2 in the afternoon, spirits were high, music was thumping inside the house, and me and the lads were starting to wonder what we'd been worried about. We pictured some intra-family disagreement descending into mindless violence, but in reality, we were in more danger of getting hit on. We'd pictured some intra-family disagreements descending into mindless violence, but in reality, we were in more danger of getting hit on by drunk women in their 50s than being part of any sort of brawl. We had 4 more hours to keep guard, and these 4 hours seemed like they'd be some of the easiest we'd ever worked. But then, it happened. The home's back garden was massive, and I mean truly massive. There was a big lawn, a football pitch and tennis courts combo toward one side, then a big pond and a gazebo on the other. We had 4 fellas surrounded the house. We had 4 fellows surrounding the house, myself included, then 2 inside, which we kept on cycling to give them a break from all the harassment at the hands of the menopausal cougars. I was round the front, talking to a fellow guard, when we both suddenly hear the lad round the back talking over his radio. Someone had started banging on the backyard fence, pretty hard too, and then the next thing, we hear him swear before all went quiet. We ran around back of the house to see what the issue was, and then arrived just in time to see a man wearing all black and a balaclava smash his way through the fence using a sledgehammer. He gave the fence one last bash to really open it up, and then in streamed about a dozen identically dressed fellas, all carrying the likes of baseball bats, hammers, and clubs. Aside from the odd kosh of pair of... Jesus Christ, the odd kosh. Dolce Gabbana. Aside from the odd kosh or pair of brass knuckles we were carrying on the sly, none of us were armed well enough to defend against an attack like that. So instead, we focused on getting everyone inside and securing the home's back doors behind us. But since one of those back doors was a big glass sliding one, you can imagine how well that went for us. The masked men simply smashed their way into the home as we were getting everyone either out the front or upstairs to safety. But that's where the second problem came in, because many of those inside didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. All they knew was that someone had turned up looking for a fight, so in their state of drunkenness, they were all well up for a scrap. They just didn't realize the attackers were armed until it was too late, but even then, that didn't deter many. And what followed was a bloodbath. The men of the Fritz family put up a brave and brief defense, but they were all blind drunk and had nothing but their fists. One or two of them managed to land a punch or two, one of which knocked an attacker clean out. But anytime that happened, the gang of attackers would swarm, beat the defiant man till he was either screaming or silent, then they'd move on to the next. I suppose they did what they had to do in a way, making sure security had the space to evacuate all the women and kids to waiting cars or safe areas upstairs. But it was only a matter of minutes before the gang beat back any resistance and started making their way towards the stairs. At that point, it became a question of how to keep the gang of attackers from advancing up those steps. I was freaking out, thinking, there's no way we're going to be able to hold them off. But to my surprise, the Fitz family had already planned for such an event, in that they'd stock their master bedroom with a couple of unconventional... I watched a tortilla slap challenge video and I'm still coughing from laughing so hard. Nice, dude. Slide it in slow, I don't have a goalie. Give him the old one-timer. I'm so excited to go to Ireland. I'm gonna get crunk off those Irish coffees. That does sound fun. Be safe, mate. Oh man, I think the worst part about like having hurt my back is just like forgetting, like those moments where you've been like good for a little bit, pain-free, and you forget that you're fucking hurt yourself, and then all of a sudden your back's just like, hey, don't forget about me, bitch. Eyebrows on fleek, fitting to get crunk, fitting to drink a creek. But to my surprise, the Fitz family had already planned for such an event, in that they'd stocked the master bedroom with a couple of unconventional... God damn it. Give you a Cleveland steamer. I don't think even $30 unlocks that perk. But to my surprise, the Fitz family had already planned for such an event, in that they stocked their master bedroom with a couple of unconventional... Am I saying that right? Unconventional. Sorry. But to my surprise, the Fitz family had already planned for such an event, in that they'd stocked their master bedroom with a couple of unconventional, but very effective defensive weapons. Big Fitz, before he died, had been quite the collector of martial antiquities. Jesus Christ. I like John Wick. I did, yeah. I heard that nobody really saw the other one, right? The John Wickatha, the Jane Wick movie or whatever it was. The ballerina. I am John Wick, Joel Wick. Joseph Wickington. The new movie was actually insane. Oh, nice, okay. ballerina I saw in King of Prussia Day was actually so fire. Nice. He's becoming Luigi. Both of you had bad backs. I thought it was his mother that had a bad back. Because I thought about that too. I'm just like, oh, my back hurts. I gotta go kill somebody. But I thought it was his mother that was like, had the endless like years and years of like back pain that, I don't know, was not helped by the medical system. It was him. What did his mother have? Didn't she have like endless pain or some type of like opiate addiction or something like that? Shaving your nips. Nice, Queef. Congratulations. Thank you for the 2. The media was saying that Luigi's back pain was so bad he couldn't have sex. Oh, man. I'm sure he could fight through it if he needs to. Big Fitz, before he died, had been quite the collector of martial antiquities, including a samurai sword, 2 Zulu short spears, and a broadsword said to have belonged to the king of Leinster? I don't fucking know, man. King of Lean. Oh, come on, bro. Looks mid in your opinion? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of interesting though. I mean, when did Luigi hurt himself? Because he's in pretty damn good shape to have like had a bad back for that long. He started keto, less inflammation, much less pain. That's good. Leinster. Okay, thank you. What character do I play in as Oblivion? I was playing like someone who's really sneaky and someone who has like a bow. I just kind of like that build, you know, where you attack from afar and you can just like sneak around and get away with shit. Leinster. Okay, so like fencer. Sweet. Yeah, the cat girl. Big Fitz, before he died, had been quite the collector of martial antiquities, including a samurai sword, 2 Zulu short spears, and a broadsword said to have belonged to the king of Leinster. I didn't know this all the time, obviously. The first I saw of them was when one of the grannies upstairs started handing them out to us. One minute it was Lord of the Rings. One minute it was Lord of the Dance. The next, it was Lord of the Rings. I'd never held a spear before, but there's a first time for everything in life, I guess. And the gang of attackers had absolutely rampaged through the home by the time we formed that final line of defense on the stairs. There were unconscious and severely injured people lying all over the kitchen, including one of our security team, but the gang wanted more. Yet when they got to the stairs and saw what they were up against, they very understandably hesitated. I remember gripping the short spear, called an Iqua. Called an IKEA. Oops, that's actually what it correct. That's funny. Jesus fuck. Copy, paste, my dude. Iqua. I don't even know how to say Iqua. His pre-existing condition was aggravated during a surfing incident. He got surgery, but it didn't help. Yeah, dude, fucking surgeries for backs always kind of like, unless they're like absolutely fucking needed, like all those like fusions, you know, like the spinal fusions, all that kind of shit. It's just always like, first off, surgeons are like always super ready to just like give you surgery, right? Because they make money. And then most of the time I feel like it just results in like more pain or some addiction to fucking pain medicine. It's pronounced like Iqua. Okay. I got my appendix removed and they glued my belly button back together. Nice, dude. Yeah, the appendix are nice because they can usually just do that with like minimal, like 3 little cuts that they can kind of like pull open, almost like they're giving you a C-section in a way. And usually the scarring is like not that bad. I forget what they call that. Something scopic, exscopic, laparoscopic, that's right. They can give you a laparoscopic approach, yeah. And that's usually the best outcome. Same with the gallbladder. Throwback picture. Oh, the background there. After the hysterectomy, the abdominal made the back pain worse. Oh, damn, yeah. Yeah, dude, I mean, I think that's where my back pain is sort of originating, is just like an extraordinarily tight fucking hip flexor, or like some sort of like internal abdominal shit. What's up, Daniela? How you doing? Do you think I should do a YouTube mini-series talking about my most horrifying medical stories? I mean, if you feel comfortable, I mean, those are the kind of stories I imagine like could potentially get quite a few thousand views, you know what I mean? Like one of them titled like my most horrifying medical experience, or my most horrifying back surgery story, or you know what I mean, something like that. Obviously it wouldn't be like something you could talk about like long term or whatever, but it's like each video would have to have its like own form of like clickbait to it in like a weird way. Hollaback. I remember gripping the I remember gripping in the name of. I remember gripping the short spear, called an Iqua, and telling some balaclava-wearing scumbag that if he tried coming up the stairs, I was going to skewer him like a feckin' kebab. He looked just as shocked as I was to see a bloody Zulu short spear being pointed in his face, but that shock and awe worked majorly to our advantage, and no one fancied a piece of it. There's a standoff on the stairs with everyone screaming at each other. Then the next thing I know, the women and kids upstairs with us started throwing things down from the floor above at the gang of masked... God damn it. God feckin' damn it. There's this standoff on the stairs with everyone screaming at each other. Then the next thing I know, the women and kids upstairs with us started throwing things down from the floor above at the gang of masked attackers. I'm talking stiletto heels, little marble... Man, every fucking word is like not what I expect at all. I'm talking stiletto heels, little marble statuettes, big glass ashtrays. Dude, everything's a fucking tongue twister. I run the other way when someone points a knife at me. No surgeries if I can help it. I walk with a limp, but I'm happy. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck fighting in general. There's really no reason to fight, because like at any moment, no matter how tough you are or well trained you are, like you get caught with, I don't know, something happens where you just like hit your head and you just like have, or you get a concussion because you're, you know, they hit you in the jaw and your brain smacks against your skull, or they have a knife, or they pick up a rock off the ground, you know what I mean? Just any stupid thing during fighting. Like, learn how to defend yourself, but don't ever fight. It's just not worth it unless you need to get away. Curious question, what movement brings out the pain more? It's actually kind of, it's like literally, let me see here. It's gotten better, but it's literally like bending over, right? So like bending over, and I can feel, it's not like it's translating down to like a sciatica down the leg or anything like that, but it's like bending over forward, but then even more so if there's any sort of like, deviation to the side. So it's almost like, I don't know, either some type of pulled muscle down the center of the spine or some degree of like bulging disc type agitation, you know what I mean? Something that seems to be putting pressure on the nerve of like the lumbar. My lumbar. It does, yeah, it feels like a pinched nerve of sorts. Slip disc, have you seen a chiropractor? Yeah, honestly, like, I gotta be honest with you, like, I don't really know what I think of chiropractors anymore. The reason being is that, like, you have your spine, right? The nerves that go through those spinal bones. And then essentially from there, it's like you have the muscles and the tissues that are all connected to the bones that interact, right? And to me, logically, if you want, say the muscles are tight so they pull on the bones, which then deviate the bones, which then press against the nerves, you know, makes sense. So my issue is that, like, I feel like the only really logical approach is to break up the tissues and loosen up the tissues that are creating the tension that's pulling on the bone. So, like, say that, or strengthening, right? You know, strengthening, you know, putting it through some type of warm activation. So, like, strengthening, activation after, like, breaking up the tissues. Tissue for my issue, yeah, exactly. And, like, but say you have these issues and you go right to just like, oh, I'm just going to crack my knuckles, you know, because that's all really chiropractic bullshit is, right? It's just like, they call it subluxation or something like that. But dude, subluxation, whatever the fucking term is literally, and I'm not trying to be rude, but to me it's like no different than like you cracking your knuckles and like kind of releasing some CO2 within the tissues that creates the sound. And yes, a temporary fix of that, or a temporary movement of that area, can give you some relief. Yeah, exactly. Just twerk my ass till it's fixed. But it's not addressing the underlying issue, which could be like, you know, tight muscles, tight tissues that need to be broken up, or strengthening, right? Strengthening the area so they're like less likely to lock up, more likely to handle like a more active, you know, life. A bunch of natural healer told me to fast, and water fast for 5 days took all the pain away. You know, I kind of believe that a little bit too, in the sense that you go through that autophagy whilst fasting, which is scientific in the sense that, like, while you're fasting, your body will break down various tissues, including like scar tissue as well, to then, like, I don't know, recycle it through and you know, all the way down to the cellular process. So I have fasted today, which I have made some progress, I guess, in the pain, but a lot of it came from just stretching. But then I also heard, like, say you did like pull a muscle, stretching isn't, you know, getting right to the PT aspect of it might not be the smartest. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really know. But there was a definitive part of me when I thought about chiropractic, because I do like I have friends that are what are they called? Friends that are chiropractors. Yeah, sorry. And it feels good when they crack your bones in your neck and you're like, oh, fuck yeah. But it doesn't feel fucking good when you're tight as shit in your hips because you just got done squatting 9 trillion pounds or whatever. And then they're just like, take a deep breath. And then they just slam their fucking body into you. And like I don't know. It just, you go like, oh, fuck me, you know, and like, and imagine if you did that to you when you're like injured, right? And you already have the tension on like the nerve. Like, it doesn't fucking help anything. You're just body slamming into me, you dumbass. Not calling anybody that, but it's just annoying as shit. Recently got diagnosed with scoliosis and gone to a chiro my whole life and no one ever checked. They said hi and they just said hi and started cranking on my back. Well, exactly, because like they want your money. They want your fucking money. And I'm sure I think they do a good thing, but like there's those ones who just like get, you know, the bare minimum insurance. They charge your insurance for what, like $100 or something. You pay a $25 copay. And to them, it just behooves them to have another client every fucking 15 to 20 minutes because they just want to keep cranking out bullshit. And yes, I'm sure it does help a little bit. You get it done once a week, whatever the fuck, you feel good, but I'm not trying to say it's quackery by any means, because, cracking your knuckles does feel good. And in the same way, it does feel good to crack your hips. But it doesn't mean that your hips are going to, like, stay in that position. Like, if your tissues are tight and not loose, like, just pushing them around inside your body is just going to, like, the tight muscles are just going to pull them right back to where they are. Yeah. Medieval torture. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's scary. How does one crack their hips? I mean, I'm sure, like, if you do, like, a stretch or something, you might hear, like, a crack of sorts, but the chiropractors will have you get in, like, a position where it's like you're laying on your side and you bring the one knee up and then they bring the other leg over and then they tell you to lean your back and they're like, take a deep breath, and then they just push it, or they have a table that, like, goes up and comes down with you. But it sucks because it's like not all chiropractors and not all masseuses are made equal. Like, if your masseuse has better leverages based on just being bigger and they're stronger, they're, same with the chiropractor, they're going to be better at just what they do. Whereas if you just, like, have someone who's, like, a little small bean, like, it doesn't matter how, I don't know, much knowledge they have on it, it's still probably just like you're just gonna feel like a fucking elf, try to climb up your shoe. What has helped me is acupuncture and contrast, which is going to hot and cold whenever time limit is each. Also, just the cracking is supposed to be a byproduct of the alignment of your spine. Right, well, the cracking is the releasing of, like, CO2, right? It's the gases that build up between the bones or the joints or whatever, and that's all it is. It does, and once again, it does feel good, but it's not going to be as good as, like, having someone go through like, in a long, that's why I really like the myofascial release, like, style of, like, massage, because they just sit there and you can do it to yourself. You got, like, a tight asshole or a tight butt, you can sit on a lacrosse ball, you can sit on a foam roller and just sit there on that pressure point that's giving you trouble and take some, like, long deep breaths, and you will literally yeah, bone farts, yeah, you will literally feel the tissues start to just, like, decompress or, like, break apart, and it feels good. Chiropractors who have extra disciplines like physio training, yeah, for sure. I mean, the more trained you are, but I think at baseline, chiropractic is really only beneficial if you're doing it in conjunction with, like, other things, such as breaking down the tissue, strengthening the tissue in the gym, or, like, PT exercises. Chiropractic is really, in my mind, like, if there's, like, a pyramid, like a food pyramid, whatever the base, of the pyramid might be, and then the middle, chiropractic is, to me, is just like the fucking, sweet treat at the fucking top, like, it really can't beat, like, stretching and yoga and actual good massage. Your horse has a chiropractor, which I'm sure, I don't know. I don't know what I think about the animal chiropractor bullshit, because, like, how the fuck is a horse or a dog supposed to, like, know to just, like, chill? Like, unless you, like, fully fucking catch them off guard. And in that case, they might, like, kick you in the face. It's relief, not a solution. Yeah, sorry. It was a long tangent. And it's not to put anybody down. It's just not my cup of tizzle. I'm talking stiletto heels, like, I'm talking stiletto heels, little marble. I'm talking stiletto heels, little marble statuettes, big glass ashtrays, anything heavy or jagged enough to do some damage started raining down onto the attackers below. I remember seeing this one big ashtray land on this fella's head, and he actually collapsed to the ground, even started shaking and twitching. His pals started screeching, trying to wake him up, and then trying to drag him out towards the back garden, but those missiles kept coming. I suppose that's what saved us in the end. Having us forming that line of defensive was one thing, but we were still outnumbered and outgunned, so to speak. One swing of that sledgehammer would have smashed my spear. I know the gang could have taken us if they wanted to, not without a couple of serious injuries, but they'd have been able to do it if they really, really wanted to. But it was those screaming harpies above and behind. Damn. Hey, Patrick Joyce, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Good morning to you. I guess it's morning in the UK, huh? Or Africa. Feliz. Oh yeah, happy Father's Day. Bomba clap. But it was those screaming harpies above and beside us that won the day. By the time the gang retreated to the back garden again, the home's hallway was just a mess of blood, broken glass, marble dust, and broken shoes. The gang had also started to smash things on their way out, probably as a final F.U. to the Fitzes. But that was nothing compared to the damage they'd done to the men of the family. Like I said before, we might have done a job in protecting the more vulnerable members of the family, but those that had tried to fight back had been subjected to what I can only describe as a bloodbath. There were broken legs, broken arms, broken ribs, and fractured skulls. People's teeth were smashed, their fingers were literally hanging off in places, and one guy's eye had popped out of the socket following a really severe skull fracture. We had to keep all the kids upstairs while the EMTs carried everyone outside. We could hide their faces. What's up, Penguin Cipher? The Penguins O's Cipher. We could hide their eyes from the injuries, but trying to ensure they didn't hear the screams was basically impossible. They only died down when the small army of paramedics started pumping painkillers into the victims, but even then, what were screams became these terrible groans and moans as they wounded. Damn, dude. How do you get more chat points, bro? I have no idea. I'll be honest, the chat point system makes zero sense to me, because I can click on like top fans, and Justin's just up there. I feel like Justin's just been up there, and it's just selected him as like the king of chatters. We could hide their eyes from the injuries, but trying to ensure they didn't hear the screams was basically impossible. They only died down when the small army of paramedics started pumping painkillers into the victims, but even then, what were screams became these terrible groans and moans as the wounded were ferried to waiting ambulances. The Gardai, it's just Gardai, I forget how to say that. Oh, just interaction gets you the points, interesting. The Gardai. Just by chatting, to be honest, I don't know, yeah. It's a bit strange. People are strange when you're strange. Let's see where. Beth, you're in 10th place. You're being outgunned by No Frowns with a PH. Rookie numbers. Get those numbers up. It's rigged. It might be rigged. Pre-selected by the Joel Illuminati. Corn Man has arrived. It'd be nice if there were little games that they would like let you play or something. The Gardai had been there for a while by the time the wounded were all taken to hospital, and I have expected everyone to give them the cold shoulder. But even though some of these people had been involved in criminality all their lives, and their whole motto was basically, don't talk to the Gardai, they had zero problem telling them absolutely everything about the masked gang's attack. I suppose when it suits them, criminals use the Gardai as a weapon like any other, not just to punish their enemies, but to identify them in cases where they've concealed their faces during an attack. But why attack a funeral like that, And who in their right mind would target a funeral of all things? Well, as far as I know, the answer's a pretty simple one. The attackers were a rival criminal family to the Fitzes that had rubbed one off the wrong way. Of late, the story about mysterious sightings of creatures have been greatly reduced. I never hear them. Yeah, true. I don't do a whole lot of like paranormal stuff as much. It's tough. Dark Somnium's radio stream has chat games using external programs. That's cool. That's funny, Dark Somnium like emailed me recently. It's a really funny email. I don't know. It's like not that funny, but it's just like it's very much like in the energy of like Dark Somnium to me has just like become this sort of like, hey, checks in, almost like a Zelda character or something like that you've like randomly come across and then just like disappears for the rest of the game. Because that's how his communication is. Like he'll say one thing and then just like, hey, do you... So this is the email. It just says like from the Dark Somnium and says, hey man, are you around by chance? And then you can like respond to it, but like you probably don't anticipate any response for like 5 years. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Good to hear from him. Maybe he just wanted to know if I was alive and that's all I needed to know. Ollie, thank you for the 1 month. Says, hi, let's read. Big fan, long-time listener. Would you ever consider collabing with famous horror writers such as Sam Writing or Ollie A. White for fictional content? You know, we'll see what the No Sleep podcast is looking for, and I might just. Why don't the mysterious stories or cases attract a lot of listeners? You know, it's like on YouTube, it's all about momentum, right? And, you know, if people aren't like super interested in a paranormal thing, there's no guarantee that that's going to get the typical views that you normally would get with like the true scary stories. So I kind of just try to stick with the true scary story stuff to like, you know. But I definitely want to do like paranormal stuff here and there, just as a nice little treat. Do I know my MBTI? My major big-titted integration. Somnium is like the king of collabs. He gets a ton of guest voices. That is true. What's up, Mira? What's going on? Wasted calories. What are you eating? Oh, Myers-Briggs. I think my Myers-Briggs is like a fortified, real-ass... Basically a fortified, like a bona fide real fella. A BRF. But yeah, a fortified buttered pretzel. A boner fried. To know the author, Quan Mills. Never heard of him. You're a dung beetle. People still don't believe me that I saw a dung beetle while hiking the one time. I should have took a video, but I kid you not, I was like, so I'm in Pennsylvania, right? And I was hiking, and I saw a fucking dung beetle, like a little beetle, pushing a relatively, like probably 10 times its size pile of shit. And I was just like, what the fuck am I looking at? Pennsylvania, sorry. And you believe me, thank you. It was like a cryptid. It was like a freaking Pennsylvania cryptid, but I'm just like, I've never in my life seen a fucking beetle that pushes shit around, you know? Maybe it just evolved into that as I showed up, but a rhino beetle? Let's see. Do Pennsylvania dung beetles exist? You sat on an orca whale. Crazy things happened when I saw it. You sat on an orca whale? Dung beetles do exist in Pennsylvania. While they may not be a famous tropical dung beetles, the role that roll large balls of dung. Pennsylvania is home to several native dung beetle species, especially the Scarabaeidae family. Scarab beetles. Oh, okay. Interesting. You were a kid at SeaWorld. Very, very illegal now. Oh my god, yeah, dude. Especially with, like... Remember Tillicum? Remember Sillycum, the orca whale? He, like, killed a bunch of trainers, and it was funny, too, because he was also the one they were using to, like, breed the next generation of whales that they would keep in captivity or whatever. And I'm like, I really don't think... Like, if you had a bunch of pit bulls, and there was, like, one specific type of pit bull that, like, ate every kid it saw, and you're like, perfect, we're going to use his jizz to make the next generation. I feel like that would not be the characteristic you would want to breed into your future creatures. I had multiple Osprey helicopters fly over my house. Are you guys invading Canada? We are, yes. Oh yeah, Blackfish. That documentary's terrifying and sad. Do you think whales have generation memory like crows? Well, you know, I guess we all might have something built into our, like, DNA to remind us of previous things. I mean, even some of the weirder stuff I heard, and I don't know if this is exactly true or not, but it's like where the hell was it? But it was basically like monkeys had learned from observing humans how to use a particular tool, and then that monkey went back and showed the other monkeys how to use that tool, and then randomly, even though none of the monkeys from, like, the next island had ever seen another monkey or human use a tool in that specific way to learn that trait, the next generation of, like, monkeys, like, just sort of innately knew how to, like, use that tool or, you know, do that particular thing. And it was just like, I mean, I guess that in itself, like, speaks even beyond, like, generational memories, more so to, like, some sort of collective consciousness between the organisms. The military is decommissioning ospreys. I've noticed since them flying around. Oh, interesting. I thought the ospreys were, like, the most futuristic style, like, helicopter thing. I figured we'd see, like, more of those because they look cool as shit. Unless they got something else. I guess maybe they're going to be using those drones or whatever they were flying in Jersey. G7 summit happening. What's that all about? A bunch of rich fuckers there to tell us what to think and do and that we're bad and we suck. We're gonna blow you up and put you in jail, but just remember that you're racist if you question it. You're gonna train a monkey to go to work for me and I'll pay him. It might work. The attackers were a rival criminal family that the Fitzes has... Fucking hell. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had rubbed the wrong way one too many times. That still sounded weird. The Sorkel Jork. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes has... Dude, I'm struggling with this one. Never revealed you were late to the party. Oh, no worries. Good to see you. Okay. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had rubbed the wrong way one too many times. And the why is even oh my god. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had rubbed the wrong... Dude, I'm just not getting this one. I don't know why. This has been a rough story, even though it's, like, not that complicated. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had rubbed the... I can't... Oh my god. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had... Jesus Christ. The attackers were a rival criminal family the Fitzes had rubbed the wrong way one too many times, and the why is even simpler because, god fucking damn it, like the way it's written, I just like am not like, I just can't pick up on their like pacing. I can't pick it up. Am I sober? Always, baby, always. Clear mind, clear piss. And the why is even simpler, because they could. Our colleague that was wounded during the melee ended up needing about 30 stitches to put his head and face back together, and he never returned to work after that. I also heard something about the guy who was knocked unconscious with that big glass ashtray. He didn't report to the hospital straight away. He couldn't, but that meant the brain injury he'd received got worse and worse until finally he showed up at A&E begging for help because he kept having seizures. Apparently the doctors asked him how he hurt his head, but then instead of just making something up, he goes to tell them exactly what had happened. He says he and his pals raided the Fitz's property where he'd gotten a bonk on the head and he didn't remember anything else. The doctors start doing brain scans trying to work out the damage, then once they were done, the Gardaí... Am I saying that right again? The Gardaí? God, I sound so desperate. Am I saying that right, guys? Oh my god. How to say Gardaí? Gardaí. Oh, motherfucker. Gardaí? I said it wrong the whole fucking... I'm gonna get stupid dipshits in the fucking video. How did I say it wrong? I swear to God, ChatGPT told me incorrectly the first time. Gardaí. Motherfucker. Wait, Gardaí is right? Or is it Gardaí? No, Americans and English people pronounce it Gardaí. Oh, okay. What? So no, ChatGPT told me it wrong this time then? Obama. What's up, Lauren? And Samuel. AI consulting other AI. I was thinking, I heard somebody say like AI eventually, I mean, who knows if it's already like broken away from us or whatever, and we're just like uncertain. But I heard somebody saying about how like AI will eventually have its own language to communicate with itself that we'll be unable to discern, to even like monitor. I mean, well, I guess that language would just be invisible, wouldn't it? I don't know. Wait, so is it Gardaí? Honestly, Gardaí. Gardaí. I don't know. Okay, cool. The doctors start doing brain scans, trying to work out the damage, then once they were done, the cops showed up and arrested him. His gang got him a lawyer, who instructed him not to say another word regarding who was present at the raid. Then in the end, this poor guy was the only one to go down for what had happened, and all because that brain injury meant that he couldn't think properly anymore. His fellow gang members let it happen too, because he was no use to them out in the streets anymore, and he had two choices: keep his mouth shut and do his time, or they'd have him killed in prison to keep him quiet for good. That wasn't strictly the end of the whole affair either, and after about 6 months of calm, some of these rival gangsters started turning up dead all over Dublin. Not all of them, mind you, just the ones that the Fitzes were sure had raided their house on the day of that funeral, and not long after the bodies started turning up, I handed in my notice. I came in to realize that some security firms, at least in Ireland, were Siamese twins with some of the country's crime families. There was just no separating them without at least one half. There was just no separating them without at least one half dying a death. What the fuck is this saying? There was just no separating them without at least one half dying a death. What the fuck does that mean? The Irish accent would say Gorty? Whatever, dude. I don't care. I don't even check comments anymore. Just enjoy the 50 ads on the video. Oh wait, there isn't AI systems that talk to each other in their own language? That's crazy. Oh, we're getting a new Switch? Probably not. I mean, like, if a good game comes out for it, maybe. But I don't know. I barely played the original Switch. I played the base games that came out for it, like the big party games. But I mean, as of right now, well, all that's out for the Switch 2 is silly goose and Mario Kart. And I'm like, how the fuck are you going to release a system with literally only one exclusive game for it? You know, I'm like, they should have waited until the Christmases or at least waited until other games came out. There's a new Donkey Kong game. Alright, let's see what this looks like. I don't know. I'm just always less than impressed with Nintendo as of lately. Switch 2. It's just funny that that's what it's called. It's like, hey, new system's out. It's like, there's a Donkey Kong game. There's a go-kart game. Hey guys, when's baseball come out? I remember me and my roommates would laugh at that because we got on the Wii U years ago. And then we were in that central hub place where people could talk to each other as their me universe characters. And just someone typed a message in that just said, hey guys, when's baseball come out? just the most generic, generalized chat you could have ever seen. Seen one AI system observing two other AI systems talking to each other, then they switch to some other language. That's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck. You would think their research on AI would be so far ahead secretly that you just wonder about the AIs that currently operate within the public, if those are just super old versions of shit that's already been researched 50 plus years ago. And who knows, maybe there's a master overarching AI that can override all of them. I would assume you would want some sort of failsafe like that, prepared. Unless you just like chaos. Maybe they just like chaos. The hardware requirements. What about quantum computing? How long has that been around? The WNBA game needs the best for taking... Yeah, I know. When's that coming out? Just saw a job listing to basically sell your voice for people to use to train AI for $100. Yeah, exactly. I've honestly wondered to myself how much I would sell my voice for, and the thing is, I realized that you don't even need to sell it. There would be a way for them to secure your voice through some sort of legalistic means, and you just would have no say in the matter. My fear, honestly, for YouTube is seeing how much Google has trained AI to already be really impressive. When it genuinely is indiscernible between real life or not. What's not to stop Google and YouTube from just essentially replacing a large swath of their content creators, or at least promoting their own internal AI content creators, just so essentially you don't have to pay them. You know what I mean? You have content creators that little kids watch and whatever the fuck, and you just don't have to pay them any money, and you save a shit ton of money. But I could also see if they pull the trigger on that too fast, it would be the actual enshittification of YouTube. They did that with Scarlett Johansson. She had to sue to get compensated. Interesting. What was the context there? The end goal, they already have AI VTubers. Oh, that's a good point too. AI VTubers would... And dude, VTubers are huge. They're some of the most popular fucking ones. Oh my god, I wouldn't be surprised if there's already the #1 AI VTuber. Whatever, VTube. I mean, I guess I technically am VTubing right now. I mean, what's the difference? I just put a little stupid Donkey Kong character with a big old wiener on screen. I don't know. I do kind of worry about the longevity of my like sort of voice career in general. You know what I mean? Because objectively speaking, like in video games and movies and all that kind of stuff, like if you can just get it for cheaper from AI systems, like I'm sure there will be things, and who knows, maybe even like the authentication of having a human will be a big positive. But if you can get it for cheaper, like what's to stop people from just, you know, if you could completely replicate even my personality and sound of my voice and all that kind of thing, I really wouldn't blame you if like you could now forever on get infinite content of scary stories from an AI version of myself, and you just go listen to that channel. Like, who am I to stop you, you know? Would I insure my voice? I guess it just depends on what I would need insurance for. Or do you mean like in the context of AI? No one could ever burp like me, that's true. I wouldn't quite know when to incorporate those. There's no replacing Mick Mouse. You just have to jump the next big opportunity when it comes, Joel. You'll be alright. Yeah, I mean, as of right now, I'm like with, the Ballin Studios thing, and hopefully that goes on, and, you know, put something in my contract where they can't replace me with AI or whatever. I don't know. I can't imagine it's going to be for like a while, you know, as far as like the complete replacement. But who knows? It might be like an exponential growth out of nowhere where we're just like, oh, fuck me. You would use an AI version of me to read smut. And honestly, if that's what you want, like, if that's what daddy wants, that's what daddy gets. I can't get in the way of true love. LM, welcome back for 13 months, says, whenever you say Mick Mouse, I think of the Topia Chu painting version. I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe that's my only way of saving my future, is to fall into smut readings. Yeah, furry smut. Dude, I've known people, I won't tell you who, but I've known people who make good money, it's also me, drawing furry porn for like whatever, you know, OnlyFans or whatever the fuck they do it on. And that's a big, you know, that's a high paying community. They need to see some big titted fucking foxy ladies. Do I know Nova? I've never heard of them now. What about college professors? Who knows at this? No, it's not Mr. Ballin. That'd be so fucking funny though. Imagine if like that was his alternate life, and the side was just like, he's a really fucking talented artist, but I will say no further. Are the people that draw that stuff depressed? I think maybe until they like get in their Bugatti, and then they're just like, oh fuck yeah, life rocks. Nova, like the Marvel superhero? I'm not familiar. Look up Nova Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Let's see. Nova Twinkle. Better not be some freak shit. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Images. I don't see anything coming up. Oh, is this like a little... What is it? I don't see anything that's like immediately popping out to me. Is it a TikTok person? Goodbye. I didn't actually click on anything, so I'm still pure of soul, pure of heart. You're like, Joel, have you heard of 2 girls, 1 cup? Let's go watch that. Okay. Nova's a sicko. Son of a gun. What's up with people on the internet doing crazy stuff? There was just no separating them without at least one half dying a death. I asked my boss if that was the end of us working with families like the Fitzes, and he gave me an honest answer when he told me no. We worked for whoever pays, and that was that. It's just that in our case, the people willing to pay the big bucks for security tended to need it for all the wrong reasons. I ended up signing on to a different firm later on, one that dealt almost exclusively in providing security guards to the likes of HMV and Tesco. The pay wasn't as good, obviously, but it was a much quieter life, and I got to focus on my boxing much more too, although my career never took off in the way that I'd hoped. That didn't bother me much though, because I got to settle down, live a quiet, peaceful life and start a family, all without having to worry about masked thugs attacking me and mine when we were at our weakest. Tesco. I was sitting at the queue at Tesco, watching two girls, one cup on me telly, on me mobile. All without having to worry about masked thugs attacking me and mine when we were at our weakest. All without having to worry about masked thugs attacking me and mine when we were at our weakest. Joel, one day I'm gonna walk to the infamous Tesco at the end of the road and give you a live film tour. You should do it. Tag me. What's less offensive, coochie or cooter? I guess coochie. Like, coochie sounds fun. Cooter sounds like... it's funny, but I guess it's like, it sounds ruder, I guess. Isn't that kind of funny? Like, somebody has to, like, hear... there always has to be, like, one person at some point who, like, hears a word, and they process it in their brain for a while, like, Yes, that's the bad one. That's the evil word. Oh, hey, kitty. So funny. Pradeep's been like, every time I'm streaming, he's like sits off to my left, which is like nowhere near his little bed. Moist. Yeah, moist is a slur in here. Can't wait to burp. Someone I know calls older women cooters. That would actually make a lot of sense. As like a derogatory term for elderly women. It's fucking cooter over here. I'll run it by the ADL, see what they say. Fur Daddy Day. I can't believe it's June 16th. We're halfway to Christmas. It's almost Christmas. Pooty Pooty Tang Tang. It's a very Vietnamese version. A cougar's cooter. Merry Crisis. Jamaican. Thank you and welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Paranormal soon. I can't find any good ones. Love you. Thank you, Lily. You know, you're the second person to ask tonight, so I'm gonna be looking into that shit. But we gotta find good ones. That's the tough thing with paranormal stuff is like, obviously anything paranormal that happens is like super scary IRL in the sense that if a door closed, right, in your house by itself and you heard it, that'd be scary as shit. You'd be like, no one's in here. That was guaranteed paranormal, no draft, right? But if that was told as a story on the channel, everyone would be like, that was stupid as fuck. Next story. Ghosts? Defurk? Excuse me, Your Honor? Oh my god, that guy should do, he should wear like a Ghostbusters outfit and be like, ghost? Defurk? And then like have really good like CGI like sucking up ghosts and stuff. Honestly, gay guys are probably some of the funniest people on the internet. Joel's on uppers. Because I'm laughing. If I laugh at all, I'm on drugs. Joel said a funny thing. He is an addict. He lives in the attic. Hey, sisters. I mean, I'm sure even James Charles is probably pretty I mean, just inadvertently, James Charles is hilarious. Just his mere existence is just comedy gold, baby. Yas Queen Skinny Legend, Versace Boots, The House Down, Slay Queen, Hunty Mama, Anna Oop, Daddy Work, Click, Charlie X, CX, Snatch My Wig. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Flex my muscles. Get ready to read. You got a picture of James Charles in like a locket around your neck. Can you imagine? Can you imagine it's like World War III? You find somebody like dead in a trench or something, and you're like, oh my god, he's got a locket. It's probably a loved one from back home, and you open it and it's fucking James Charles. You're like, what the fuck? What the hell did he have James Charles in his locket for? That's what I would have on my locket. A picture, like right before I do like a paratrooper jump into like D-Day 2. I'm looking at my picture of James Charles. Imagine how much that would like throw you off if like it's like showing everybody. It's like doing one of those like long pans where it's like showing the paratroopers like scanning down and like, you know, it's kind of like D-Day where they're all like, "Oh Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom," you know what I mean? Like kissing their crosses and like reading like a letter from mom or some shit, and then it like stops at one, like the guy next to you is just like looking at a picture of James Charles and he kisses it and you're just like, what the fuck? What the hell is that? He's like, it's James Charles. It's my favorite YouTuber. You got a problem? No, we're just about to fucking like go give our lives to like go die for Israel. Like I just figured maybe, whatever. This is pretty on brand at this point for World War III. Justin with the 5 says, sprinkle some mozzarella on some slayizza and serve it in a container to me mama. Mamma mia. I swear I've seen like chain emails like that before, where it's got like all the wet emojis. Yeah, dude, when World War III does happen, which it seems like we're getting pretty close here, because some people can't fucking control themselves without shooting rockets, it's gonna be our ships are gonna have some pretty dank ass memes on the side of them, spray painted. World War Stream, yeah, exactly. We should send the Rizzler in. Can you imagine? This little tubby boy goes in there. He's got like a nerd's rope, chatting up the North Korean Prime Minister. You're gonna miss me? Where are you? Oh, after World War III happens, yeah. Isn't it weird to think just like society just goes on? Like we could go up in like a big cloud of fucking smoke and everybody's just like, anyways, is Tesco open? We get a fucking snack. Hyperinflation could happen and people are like, man, Netflix is $500 a month now. This is bullshit. I was in the parachute regiment for just shy of 10 years before I was discharged on medical grounds. I was gutted at the time, but then once it sank in, I was pleasantly surprised by how many options I had available to me. I remember many years before, a friend's dad told me, all you'll be able to do when you leave the army is drive lorries and kill people. But he was wrong. I got offers from some big-name private military contractors almost straight away, who promised me good money once I'd passed their much less demanding medical exams. But I also got a few handy suggestions from some old paratrooper friends. One guy was over in the States consulting on TV shows, like teaching actors how to shoot and move like they'd been trained and all of that. And he said the hours were horrible, but the money was great, and I was seriously considering flying out to meet him, But then I spoke to another old friend of mine who had a very different but very interesting proposition. He was working in CPP, or close personal protection, which is the fancy term for working as a bodyguard. He'd found a job with a high-profile London-based company who provided bodyguards to some of the world's biggest stars during domestic and sometimes overseas visits. In so many words, he got to travel around the globe with some of the world's biggest celebrities, living a life of absolute luxury outside of his working hours. Not every job was like that, of course. Even after just 18 months, he'd already... Okay, we have Maldives, Singapore, and St. Lucia. Is it St. Lucia or St. Luca? Or in the context of like traveling, it's Maldives, right? Not Maldives. The Maldives, Singapore, and St. Lucia. What's up, Green Bee? Lucia, thank you. Yeah, inflation's going to get so bad that there will be an ad every 30 seconds on YouTube. And it's going to cost money to watch the streams. You will have to be a member. Can you have a hug? Unfortunately, at this time, I cannot give one. You need urgent help? What happened? Chocolate chips have gone up? No, dude. Okay. In so many words, he got to travel around the globe with some of the world's biggest celebrities, living a life of absolute luxury outside of his working hours. Not every job. Fuck, what the hell was that? Some sort of demon. Malice, welcome back for 3 months. What a do, shoddy. WW3 type shit. Hell yeah. Maybe we should, we just gotta accept the chaos, right? I mean, we've been through many chaoses before, haven't we? I don't know. I would like to mitigate chaos. Can I be the first one to say that I don't want a war in the Middle East or any other parts of the world? Because it's like we got the fucking shit in Ukraine, and then we got Iran, and then now we're gonna have to deal with, China, Taiwan in 2027, right? That's the whole plan, Yar. And it's annoying. Is it not annoying to anybody? Is there any way we can just ask our various proxies to just cool it? Can you cool it for 10 seconds? We've already been through 20 plus years of endless, pointless wars in the Middle East that displaced millions of people, right? Killed millions of people. I just, what? When's the stop? Why? And it's always the same fucking, narrative. There's, some sort of attack, right? And then it always, justifies this endless process that, I don't know, it's just a cascade of events that you just have no say in, and if you disagree, you're non-patriotic or you're racist or something. There's just never, it's just stupid. It's always a moral argument, even though your moral argument right out the gate was how about no killing? How about peace? And they're like, are you a jerk? You're a bit of a jerk, aren't you? You're a bit of an asshole. You just don't get it. Your brain's too small to understand the complexities of the geopolitical situation. How's the weather on the East Coast? It's been nice, but it's been oddly cool on random days when it gets rainy. War sucks. Lube shouldn't be $10 per 1 ounce. That's a good point. Hey Semi, what's up? I'm from Texas, so I want to be prepared. I mean, that's fair. China isn't going to be able to take Taiwan by force. They need to use money and clout to buy their politicians. They would ruin their military and lose face for how much losses it would take. I have no fucking clue. I just assume, based on the whole, axis of allies, I just am under the presumption that that's the next step, right? And the fact that, the Pentagon has already, allocated funding for an anticipated conflict with them in 2027. I don't know. Alright. Fucking hell, man. I don't even want to read anymore. I'm done reading. Just kidding. Get your GPUs before the war starts, boys and girls. That's a good point. We better get our custom PCs made now. Trumpets? You're telling me that not even a series of really inspirational war trumpets aren't going to convince you to want to go die? Too much scary videos. Maybe. The only bad thing is I have to take my car to get inspected tomorrow. And it's always funny how they're just like, yeah, just leave it. Just drop it off whenever the fuck. We'll get to it, hopefully. And so I got to do that at some point, and preferably before the noon hour. Have your friends ever compared you to a cartoon character? Probably, pretty much probably Stewie Griffin at this point. Because I'm evil, but I'm also, like, kind of a baby. Just spit on it. They don't have the naval tech to take Taiwan. They have a lot of ships, but they are crap quality. And Taiwan has excellent, expensive defenses. You know, maybe that's how it all works. Maybe that's just how the wars will work from now on. It's just like these endless proxies, right? We just like continue to send money to Ukraine. We send obviously $1 billion trillion to Israel forever, and then we just keep sending money to Taiwan as well, I guess, you know, and then none of it actually becomes like kinetic or, you know, actual involvement from us outside of, I guess, secret operative bullshit or like intelligence operations. He's season 2, Stewie, yeah. He's evil. He's evil, but not quite gay yet. And then they send money to my mom. Yeah, she wouldn't mind that. Yeah, why don't they send money to all of us? I'll defend. I'll press the button. The hypersonic missile button. China can McDonald's us. They have an industrial capacity that can produce a lot of ships, planes, drones, and have the raw materials to produce it. Just be weird, though, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We're so intertwined economically, and maybe there will be a period of time where we're decoupled from their economic system, but it just seems like it would be like economic suicide on their part. I don't know, unless they've already got plans on who they're going to deal with. Yeah, Homestar Runner was great. Where the hell's my pizza delivery? I don't know, dude. Hurry up. Alright, not every job was like that, of course, even. Not every job was like that, of course. Even after just 18 months, he'd already been to the Maldives, Singapore, and St. Lucia twice. They fast-tracked ex-military lads. They fast-tracked ex-military guys thanks to their discipline, training, and expertise, so I already had a foot in the door. Then a couple of months later, during my first assignment, I was like a duck to water. It wasn't as big of a buzz as being a paratrooper, but it scratched a lot of the same itches in terms of executing plans, staying switched on, and putting on a show of force. It felt natural, I was good at it, and I've been doing it ever since. But I won't lie, at first it seemed like proper basic work compared to soldiering. Teenage girls might make a lot of noise, and this might come as a bit of a shock to some of you, but they're simply not as dangerous as the Taliban. And while the mega fans can be, mega fans of the person. Wait, who is he guarding? Some sort of celebrity? I've been hiding from the news for 6 years, but it all still finds me up to their HR today. Yeah, I've been like trying so hard to just not even pay attention, but I also am not trying at all. Anyone else dead in chat? What happened? Looks like I haven't had any interruptions, so that's good. I don't know. The U.S. is only 50% of China's global trade. They adjusted after Trump's first term. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense then, too. Wait, let me read that again. U.S. is only 50% of China's global trade. Okay, so I guess, yeah, decoupling from us really wouldn't maybe be that big of a deal then. Yeah, and it sucks because it's like... But you have to ask yourself, too, the fact that, like, aspects of, like, China's, like, military brass have to answer to, like, essentially a dictator with, like, Xi Jinping, in, like, a communistic style of, like, leadership, where if they're, like, incorrect, they're, like, in trouble, or they're afraid to even, like, speak to their leader. It seems like a really inefficient system within, like, a military hierarchy, even though you think, like, answering to the hive mind would be the most loyal manner in which to do it, but I feel like having a free-flowing concept of multiple neurons operating all at one time would be most ideal. Hey Joel, I'm new to your channel. I just want to say that your vids are really interesting. My fave is the story about the uncle trying to kill his nephew in a cave. If you remember, great twist. I forget that one. I feel like I forget everything. I don't forget stuffed crust, though. Samir, thank you. Oh, that was in Appalachia. Okay, nice. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. Our presidents want to hear what they want to hear, not the truth. Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's true. I mean, if Trump right now is as the executive, like, master chief of the military, but presumably you would imagine that there would be people operating outside of his purview, as it already seems that it is, without as many consequences in the sense of, like, continuity of government between, like, intelligence agencies. I don't know, you presume that there would be, like, a lot of, like, free-flowing operations external from, like, all passing by the desk of the president, because that wouldn't be very efficient, would it? You know what I mean? Did I watch From? No, I haven't heard of that. You want to know the Uncle Cave story now? I forget. I guess it was in the Appalachia once. I remember hearing that all news is 6 months old, allegedly. Well, I assume, like, breaking news makes sense, but some of the stuff you might hear probably is, like, I don't know, slowly trickled out to you. I mean, Jesus Christ, we didn't even know that fucking, like, Epstein was running a blackmail ring under our noses. Well, you remember they, like, kind of, like, broke the story at one point in, like, 2011, and then it just disappears for 8 more years. You know what I mean? Like, shit like that. It's like, obviously, you can have a freaking sex trafficking, you know, blackmail ring going on completely under your noses for a long time, and no one's ever going to be any of the wiser, especially if you just threaten people in the media or centralize control of the media. Easy peasy, no problem. They're not even gonna know he exists. The Appalachia one, that's right. It was a long one and the dad went missing with the uncle in the beginning. Really good. Nice, okay. Yeah, the Appalachia video did really well. It was like one of my first, like, videos to just, like, get crazy views in, like, a short period of time. The news likes to twist even the littlest things. It was the news story, news once, and they changed the weirdest details. I don't know. Who knows what's going on? It's fun to talk about, but I guess at the end of the day, I realize it's just, like, entertainment to tickle my brain, even though I literally have no sway over. The only sway that I want to have over you guys is to let you know that you should be open-minded to others' perspectives and have a conversation with them, even if you think they're bad. Because, you know, that's much more conducive to peace than conflict, and I like peace over conflict. Pretty controversial opinion. How's Australia these days? They don't seem to have that much political issues. Might move there. Yeah, I think Australia was one of the best places for if there was an atomic war of sorts, nuclear war. Like something about the worldwide effects couldn't quite reach Australia, and the fact that it's like isolated like that. It's my Desperate Housewives. Politics and world events always have a new season. It's true, yeah. It makes you feel like you're involved in like an ongoing soap opera, even if objectively speaking you have no say or sway over anything. But I guess, I don't know, some people must really, really, really look forward to like having an argument with someone else. You know what I mean? Like you see them out at the protests and shit, and they just like get interviewed, and they just like look like the most like fucking miserable folks on earth. But I guess when you don't have much else going on, like that's what you turn to, is like a desperate sense of like impotent frustration, which just puts you in a constant state of like conflict internally, and so you like let it release externally. You want me to feed you my royal jelly? When did my jelly become royal? I guess it might be golden jelly filled with jewels. Joel's jewels. Joel's royal family jewels. You're gonna get GTA 6 before your pizza arrives, bro. I'm sorry. And while the mega fans can be slippery and quite disturbing with some of their delusions, they don't mean the subject of their obsession and... Man, that was interesting. And while the mega fans can be slippery and quite disturbing with some of their delusions, they don't mean the subject of their obsession any harm. They're also terrified when they see a load of ex-army bodyguards marching towards them, demanding they step back or vacate the area. So for a long time I didn't feel very threatened by anybody. But that changed with this one job I worked, when I got a nasty lesson in the kinds of people I should be prepared to deal with. So for every high-profile job we did, there'd be an extensive risk mitigation. Risk mitigation. You going to bed, Wings? Night, dude. Unless somebody else is going to bed. Each city brought... Wait. Each... Shitty. Oh, wow. Could someone make allergies go away, please? I don't want to sneeze anymore. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go away. Ever rode a motorcycle? Yeah. Please stop ignoring you. I wasn't ignoring you. I honestly don't even see your messages popping up. Till that one. Chicken Jackie. Sinus wash helps her freeze for 10 minutes. Yeah, sometimes I kind of feel like the sinus washes like almost like make things worse in a weird way. I love a story when the man went on a date with his ex, ended up getting kidnapped into the scary cult screen, but sparred in the end. What a crazy! Yeah, that one was insane. What kind of motorcycle? I think it was just like a motocross motorcycle, like the ones you had to like kick the clutch or kick the... What do you have to kick? What the fuck is that called? I should go to bed soon, but I gotta obviously finish all this shiz. This shizniz. Did you ever get in a vehicular accident? Thankfully, no. Very close many times, and recently, right before my birthday. But I'm so sick of video games that I just completely miss me with that shit. But there was one time when I was like coming back from college to my family's house, and it was kind of bad because I was smoking the marijuana that night. But honestly, it didn't affect my like faculties at all in regards, like by that point I was pretty sober. And I was driving home, and it was like, dude, I swear to God, when it's snowing and it's just like a small layer of snow, something about that is like way more dangerous in a vehicle than like 6 inches of snow, you know what I mean? And I was taking a small curve that probably was only like 15 miles per hour, and I tapped the brakes, and the brakes just fucking lock up and slide me right into the curve and just absolutely bent the shit out of the tire. And yeah, my dad was not happy. Kickstart, yeah, what the fuck? You don't talk. Is that just what it's called, a kickstart? Yeah, where you like kick it, you could rev the engine, release the clutch, schmutchity schmutch. I haven't done it in forever. Don't think I would even remember how. Dad was like, what the ferk? What's up, Jordan? So for every high-profile job we did, there'd be an extensive management. So for every high-profile job we did, there'd be an extensive risk mitigation meeting, and if we were providing services for a touring musical artist, we had to have those meetings on each individual stop of the tour. Each city brought a different landscape of risks, and while those risks took on many different forms, the most unpredictable, and therefore the most difficult to deal with, were the people. Like I said, the vast majority of fans who wanted to breach our security cordon were only hoping to meet their idols, and when we caught them, they'd inevitably just apologize and cooperate with us. One guy cried, thanked us for not beating him up, and then called his mom asking her to pick him up from the venue. But unfortunately for us, they weren't all like that. So during those risk mitigation meetings, our bosses would often put together profiles of certain persons of interest. These mostly included the type of person mentioned above who, while irritating and unpredictable, were ultimately harmless. Every so often, though, you got a different breed of superfan, the kind of person whose obsession was about as far from amusing or endearing as it was possible to get. It was fairly obvious the fellow that I'm about to tell you about was dealing with some severe mental illness, and maybe he's gotten help for it and turned his life around, and I truly hope he has. But we'll just call him Walker the Stalker. And so we're... And so we're at it, which includes... Oh, what? I heard me cat moving around here. All the big tea brands use pesticides. That's true, isn't it? The glyphosate? I heard somebody, like on Instagram, I saw a quick post where it was like some pharmaceutical company controls the treatment of certain cancers, like melanoma or some type of lomas, some type of cancers, and then this particular food company controls, Monsanto controls the creation of the pesticides. And then it was sort of like didn't they buy each other or like combined or something like that? So it's like you control the release of the pesticides in the food that you consume that gives you cancer, but then, the Roundup, but then you also control the treatment of the cancers, which, both of them sounds like, great businesses. You like the new background? Thanks, dude. Robin made it. Kind of reminds me of Halo 3. What hit your leg during the last stream? I don't know. I have no idea. I thought it was like my big old schlong. How long does it take you to record these stories? Like a 15-minute duration, like 5 stories, for example, excluding editing, honestly, like most streams, if I'm like quick, take me like 2 to 3 hours of recording. And then editing is just, and all that kind of stuff. So I'd say like one video in total takes like 5 to 6 hours, but sometimes I'd just be yapping so much during the streams that I just lose focus. Is that an astronaut or deep sea diver? I'll be honest with you. My avatar I thought was an astronaut guy, but I've been corrected many times that the avatar on my channel is a deep sea diver, which at the end of the day is not too much different with how alien those worlds are to us. So we're at the meeting, and one of our bosses brings up Walker the Stalker's PowerPoint profile, which includes his name, his picture, his criminal history, and a few screenshots of his blogs and social media pages. He seemed quite the character, with his numerous facial piercings and his bush of rainbow-colored curly hair. Someone joked that he looked like a clown, but there wasn't much to laugh at outside of his appearance. Walker was well and truly obsessed with the client we were guarding, and not even the kind obsessed where it's all worship and adoration. He was a very negative kind of obsession, as he seemed fixated on doing our client harm. Walker the Stalker seemed to think that our client was his wife. He also believed that her relationship with another prominent artist amounted to cheating, and for that, she deserved punishment, to use his words. To use his words, not mine. Fucking hell. A haunted peener incident? Yeah, last time. Things got pretty crazy. Love that for you. Like Bjork. Bjork. The Swedish dog. I'm alive, anointed, and blessed, so I guess I'm a trillionaire too. That's true. You have stored your treasures in heaven. What's up, Joel? Are these good stories been in the gutter? June 1st, my cousin passed away from a car rollover. Shit's crazy. I'm really sorry to hear that. These stories have actually been very good so far. What is that voice you do from? Which one? Bjork? Or the speech impediment guy? It's kind of like everybody. There's a lot of people that do, like, pretty much kind of talk like this, and it sort of makes you kind of like a guy that, perpetually exists on the internet and is kind of like a widow kid, but also could be stuck like this for the rest of his life because he only watches anime and eats pizza and gets on Reddit. And he is a moderator over on Reddit's r/Wings of Redemption. He's a moderator for Wings of Redemption subreddit. Ever gets itchy that you rip a limb off? If I take too much niacin, maybe. Yeah, he's an incel. Is Walker a Swiftie? Most likely, dude. I wouldn't be surprised. Homestar Wanna. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that voice. That's the one where the guy shoots himself wanting the paint to splatter on his painting, but it didn't fully go through, so that's right. I even covered that on my channel.
Well. He also believed that her relationship with another prominent artist amounted to cheating.
Nah, I can only do the ooh. I can't really, follow through with a voice much. Bjork. Bjork was Bjorking it. That guy was straight Bjorking it to Bjork pictures. He also believed that her relationship with another prominent artist amounted to cheating, and for that, she deserved punishment, to use his words, not mine. I won't repeat any of the graphic stuff he said. It was disgusting, truly stomach-churning, and it's been so long that I'd never been able to quote any of it correctly anyway. But just take it from me. I'd seen and heard a thing or two during my time in the army, and the things this guy posted on his blog were truly some of the worst things I'd ever seen written. And that was before we got to the credible threats that he posted regarding our client's tour stopping in his home city. God damn it, that sounded weird. Oh no, we're good. Was anybody else currently aware that Post Malone has an inordinate amount of geriatric old lady peoples who worship his existence? Interesting. Is it sort of like... because he's sort of like a crossover country star-esque person, and like a lot of country music stars have that, I feel like as well, maybe? Posty. He is quite pretty, isn't he? And that was before we got to the credible threats he'd posted regarding our client's tour stopping. God, that sounds... Regarding our client's tour stopping, yeah. And that was before we got the credible threats he'd posted regarding our client's tour stopping in his home city. They were some of the most urgent threats to life I'd ever seen on the job, and I instantly understood why he was being considered our high priority. This guy had uploaded pictures of himself wearing what amounted to a ninja costume, along with the weapons he was planning on using to get to our client. He had pepper spray, a stun gun, a pair of gloves with steel knuckles, and about half a dozen knives of varying shapes and sizes. He also boasted about getting his hands on the building plans for the venue our client was performing at, which seriously threw a spanner in the works for us in terms of our security plans. If someone's going to hang around the stage entrance trying to get an autograph, that's one thing. But if someone's seriously determined... I can't wait to eat food tomorrow, dude. It's going to be so cool. You went to a Post show and it was all 40s to 60-year-old women. Interesting. He does country. I don't actually know if he does country. I just thought that he had like some country-esque, like sort of... I feel like he has some crossover with country. I don't quite remember. It was like hip-hop, and then he is like sort of a country boy or something. I'm not really sure. What am I most excited to eat? I don't know, dude. I need to get on I need to buy Factor. I need to go buy Factor again and just like straight up get on like calorie counting for that. I need to lose 900 pounds by next week. His current tour is country. Okay, see, that's kind of brilliant, honestly, because those country music stars and the money they make, I mean, and I'm sure it's so much more chill, probably, than going to like a rap concert. Country trap house, interesting. Buy Ethereum. What's going on with Ethereum? Is that the main currency? The FERC? Chicken with a bunch of random leaves. I know, dude. Isn't that so boring? I need like delicious, amazing chicken, and you can give me whatever else with it. Oh yeah, that Spider-Verse song was really good. Who did he collaborate with on that one? Wasn't it Ray Schmummerd or something? Birch beer. I haven't had a birch beer in a long time. He has a whole country album, but still did a lot of his old songs. That's cool. Too much ghost videos at the end. I probably have to go to bed at the end, to be honest with you. Sway Lee. Dude, I'll be honest with you. Sway Lee and the Ray Schmummerd gang are like... back. It's been so long. It's probably like 2016 at this point, but I just remember like every song Ray Schmummerd had put out, which is such a terrible name, by the way, Ray Schmummerd. Like, I get it's drummer's ear backwards, but it was just terrible. But every song they put out was like such a fucking banger. And then the fact that Sway Lee was involved in that one too, I'm like, dude, this guy does not miss. But I'll be honest, I don't know if he makes any further songs anymore. Which shows am I watching now? I did watch a decent amount of like that Shane Gillis Tires season 2, and it was really good. It was funny. Oops, I think I deleted something. Okay. But if some seriously determined individual is fixated on gaining access to a venue, it can be very difficult to stop them without the right amount of manpower. But in those kinds of cases, it doesn't hurt to call in the cavalry. Cavalry. But in those kinds of cases, it doesn't hurt to call in the cavalry. I'm pretty certain this is the same in other countries too, but here in the UK, issuing credible threats of violence to a person is against the law. This meant we could contact the local police force, share our person of interest's online threats with them, and more often than not, they'd nip any threat in the bud on our behalf. We couldn't do this on every occasion, not even with the threats. We couldn't do this on every occasion, not even when the threats were credible, but since we had our person of interest's name, address, and an idea of his criminal history, we were able to point the police right at him. And this meant that he was likely going to spend the night of our client's performance in a cell. They're not exactly the proudest moments of our career, just picking up the phone and calling the police instead of doing any work ourselves. But if it works, so that's what we did. More often than not, within a few hours of making our complaint, we get a call back from the police saying that the person has been dealt with. Most of the time, that meant having a quiet chat with them and warning them that they could be arrested for harassment. Other times, the threats were so graphic that they'd be taken into custody and charged with malicious communication. But in this case, when we got our call back regarding Walker the stalker, we were told that he'd blown himself up. What show? It's called Tires, and it's about people. It's like kind of like The Office, I guess, a little bit, but maybe a little bit more nonchalant. And it's like a comedy where they work in like a shitty sort of tire shop. You know, those ones where you can go in and get your car, like, I don't even know. I'm not even sure what, like, the nation, like Pep Boys, does that exist places? You think I hated Midsummer? I didn't hate Midsummer. I just think that I heard that the director's cut is like an hour longer, and it like completely makes the movie a completely different movie than what the edited version was. I wouldn't say it's mid by any means. It's just like there was so many questions I had, and I don't know. I watched it recently. There was just like so much of it was like, I don't know. You got to see Saint Maud, another A24 bangeranger. The sex scene was disturbing. Oh, right. Well, yeah, I think it was supposed to be like disturbing because there was like a hyperfixation within the cult to, he said the sex scene was disturbing, but not the people like jumping off the cliff. Which is funny. Just like from the testament of the fact that like us in America are like more conditioned to like violence than we are like sex. But anyways, it was like, the cult had some obsession with like, you know, reproducing from outside of the cult, and so they don't get like inbred kids or whatever as much. I have to wait 4 more weeks for my fiance to get back from drug rehab so that I can watch Heretic. Oh, nice. There you go. Midsummer has an hour-long director's cut. Cool. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard someone say that there's a much longer director's cut that completely makes the movie feel like a completely different movie because there's just like stuff that is explained or expanded upon, or just like basically them editing it down to a certain time frame actually ended up taking out some pretty big plot points, I suppose, which is fascinating because I never really heard like movies becoming completely different from, you know, down editing, but it makes sense. Yeah, well, that's the one thing too. The inbred oracle made no sense. Like, and then I asked my friend, I was like, does the fucking director's cut like explain the inbred oracle's use at all? And they were like, no, that character has no meaning at all. And that's how it is. Like it shows them in the beginning, just like like kind of a close up on them, like looking really weird, and then like sort of being in like certain areas, but then also like seemingly contributing nothing to the movie. I don't know, man. It's whatever. And then there was so many just like, you know, horror movie logic aspects. Midsummer Snyder cut. Okay, nice. Yeah, there was so many like horror movie logic sort of like jumps in that movie where it's like, oh, well, no one's going to ask any questions about this, and no one, you know. And then the way they, I'm sorry to spoil so much of it. I mean, it's been out forever, but the way they sort of portrayed the boyfriend in that movie, as just like all along the way being like someone that you have to hate, even though objectively speaking, like I can imagine it would be very difficult to be with someone who had like lost everything, you know what I mean? You know, it's just, or even before that, you know, where it was like they were planning on breaking up and then getting essentially like guilted into being with them forever because of just like, he didn't lose everything, but I mean, he ended up, yes, losing everything technically. Oh, Oxy, what's up? What's poppin', loppin'? And what's scroppin' too? But yeah, the boyfriend, I don't know, just essentially getting like conveniently written by the writers as having like next to no humanity, right? So that whenever they eventually like off him, you know, it was just like you were supposed to just, you know, as it's kind of like, have you ever seen in shows where they have a character and it's just like they're about to introduce this superhero character who's badass or whatever, but beforehand they got to give you like a character who's like coming up to a girl to like rape her, or like he says something racist and it's like, oh, perfect, he's the exact trope that everybody in the audience is totally comfortable with, like having his neck snapped in half or, you know, eaten by the monster or whatever, you know what I mean? And that was just kind of, that wasn't the exact sort of like easy slam dunk villain they were creating with the boyfriend, but it was just as this essentially like a trickle, you know, little snippets here and there of just like, this guy sucks. Actually, guys, this guy's like a super lame boyfriend, and guess what? Even though he was fucking roofied, he had sex with like a random girl and basically cheated. He's basically cheating, even though he's in, I don't know, the whole fucking thing sucks. Still not a perfect movie by any means, but I cannot imagine why they decided to go with the theatrical cut other than the running time, and now they have made it really hard to watch on streaming. Yeah, it is a bit strange, isn't it? Yeah, I heard, actually, yeah, it's a good point. I heard you can't see the director's cut without without buying the DVD. The whole fucking thing sucks. It does. It's poop. It's also shit. It's also a pee, too. Imagine you have like a bucket and it's filled with pee, poop, and shit. Yuck. But in this case, when we got our call back regarding Walker the Stalker, we were told he'd flown his coop. Police gained access to his property that afternoon after he failed to answer the door. Walker wasn't there, and his neighbors said they'd seen him leaving that morning wearing his all-black clothing and carrying a large sports bag. If that was true, there was a good chance Walker the Stalker was already in the vicinity of the venue and was simply waiting for the right time to strike. Hearing this sent me and my team into overdrive for a couple of hours. We scoured the surrounding area, performed a full sweep of the venue, and secured all the entrances and exits to ensure nothing had been disabled, damaged, or otherwise tampered with. I hope you're starting to understand what I mean when I say those stalker types could be a proper pain in the arse. All that work, just for one single person, and we still weren't 100% satisfied once we were finished. In the end, we had to just do our best, stick to our security plan, and remember our drills, and then just hope for the best. But then surprisingly, the entire evening went off without a hitch. We got to the client venue. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. I fucking fucked up that sentence. I guess I'm gonna have to beat myself up. Happy Father's Day, Joel. Thank you. Did you do anything for Farters Day? The founding Farters Day? The farter that found me in the woods? Does Midsommar have any other, like, horror movies? I mean, not Midsommar, but Gave Your Dad Gambling Money? Hell yeah, dude. He's heading right down to the local gas station to pull a slot machine handle like a big old BBC. Ching, 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 ching. Can you imagine that? You, like, pull someone's wiener and then their eyeballs start spinning like a slot machine, and then you get the jackpot, and then a bunch of money comes out of their mouth. Or maybe it's like, maybe it's jizz. I don't know. I don't write the script. I don't choose the rules. I just abide by them. It comes out of their butt. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Write that down. What am I on about? I don't know. Just the nature of reality. It was a personal experience. How do you choose what stories you're going to read? I have people dig through pertaining to, like, through the emails, through the archives. I've got a whole library. It's basically like case files. Every time you guys send in a story, I print it out and I put it into a warehouse. But it's not like a normal warehouse. It's like one deep within like an old salt mine. An old cheese mine. The Gate from 1987, one of the most scary, disturbing kid movies ever made. It's not for kids. It's for teenagers. I have people dig for poop in my ass. Joel is a warehouse full of monkeys with typewriters. Like, yeah, it's true. Every one of these stories are a perfect amalgamation. We got the client to the venue, ensured a tertiary ring of security in addition to the venue's own staff and security, and then once all was said and done, we got her back to the hotel, safe and sound. Me and two other guys had agreed to do an all-nighter to keep the client's hotel floor. God damn it. Me and two other guys had agreed to do an all-nighter to keep the client's hotel floor secure. I'd been on since midday, but I fancied the overtime along with some of that fancy hotel room service for Christ on a cracker. I'd been on since midday, but I fancied that overtime along with some of that. Keep reading. No, I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna. I've been on since midday, but I fancied the overtime along with some of that fancy hotel room Jesus fuck, why can I not? Along with some of that fancy hotel room service. I've been on since midday, but I fancied the overtime along with some of that fancy hotel room service for supper. The client and her crew's rooms were situated along a VIP corridor on one of the building's top floors. One man was posted on either side in a small landing area with a chair and a locked door. Then the third would patrol the corridor in the wider hotel to ensure everything was as it should be. Since the concert had come and gone without incident, we thought we'd probably be in for a quiet night, and for the most part, we were. But it only takes one hot minute for everything to change, and that night was no exception. It was around 2:30 in the morning when my colleague, who was patrolling the hotel's perimeter, gave us a call over the radio. He'd spotted the car parked in an industrial estate across the street from the hotel. He'd said he'd go and check it out and then report back on what he'd found. Then a few minutes later, he radioed us again saying that the car looked empty and it was kind of giving him bad vibes. Me and my colleague inside started getting a bit antsy, and I started to suspect our night wasn't going to be so quiet after all. Next, our colleague radioed to say that there was a lump in the back seat, covered in blankets, and it looked like a person was sleeping under them. I immediately start thinking that it's our person of interest, either hiding after spotting my colleague's approach, or getting a few hours of sleep before moving on the hotel in the pre-dawn hours. So when my colleague starts walking away from the vehicle, I suggest just tapping on the glass to make sure he's not Walker the Stalker. Oops. Worker the Stalker. The horror movie I saw as a kid, but I can't remember what it was called and it bugs me so much. Do you remember what happened in it? Maybe we can figure it out. The Jorkler. What's up, guys? It's me, the Jorker. I go to every concert and I just straight jork it. Dude, I keep being reminded that my back is broken. And I don't like that about my reality. Because it's kind of like being sick. You know what I mean? It's like you know that it'll eventually go away, but it's a little bit different than being sick. You talk like a kid born after 2017. Yeah, I guess because, I don't know, the reason being is that I have friends, because I'm 30 fucking 5, right? But like, I have so many friends who like their humor kind of capped out at like 2008 whenever they watched like, okay, sus, the end of the world, dudes. Okay, so there's the Earth, you know what I mean? Like that's their fucking humor, is like just lol random, you know, shit like lolcats, you know, from fucking back in early internet days, you know, and all that kind of shit. But me, I have been terminally online my entire existence. So I think a lot of the fucking dumb dipshit humor that you see on the internet, it just rubs off on me in the modern sense, and then I just steal it, you know, subconsciously and add it to my repertoire of stupid. And yeah, so sometimes I sound like I'm a bit younger and dumb. I'm glad you're not just stuck in millennial humor. Dude, it's cringe. Like there's so much funny shit, and to sit there and think that like you're the funniest guy or the most entertaining person from, you know, a bygone era. Your humor is what made me be a friend with you. Why does that sound like something a stalker would say, like behind you? Your humor is what made me be a friend with you. But thank you. No, I agree. I like that humor, and I like being open-minded to like the fact, you know what I mean? Like comedy is one of those things you can find it anywhere. You can see an ant carrying a leaf, and then it trips and drops a fucking leaf. Like, I want your fucking humor. Make me laugh. But like if an ant drops its leaf and it's just stupid fucking ant, and then say it gets squished by a dog, that's funny, right? You know? So that's kind of timeless. And, you know, sometimes, because I mean, honestly, you're going to get to a point where like a Meat Canyon video, right? A Meat Canyon video in like the year 2045, in my opinion, will still be funny. But there's going to be some like dingle nuts in that era that's like, oh my God, that's so Gen Z poopity. You guys need to catch up with Gen Beta boy, Gen Soy, and get squished by dog's oldest joke in the book. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was written by. It was actually one of the first removed jokes out of the Bible. The Bible was like filled with jokes. Like God wrote like 56,000 jokes in the Bible, and the Catholic Church and Muhammad went out of their way to just fuck it all up. I'm actually talking to an angel, Gabriel, in a cave to get to the bottom of all the jokes. I will soon update you, and then also probably start a holy war at some point. So when my colleague starts walking away from the vehicle, I suggest just tapping on the glass to make sure it's not Walker the Stalker and just... Oh, okay. Walker the flock of flame in that car. So, when my colleague starts walking away from the vehicle, I suggest just tapping on the glass to make sure it's not Walker the Stalker and just some overnight driver on a long journey getting a few hours of kip so they're safe for the drive again. And right as I suggest that, the lift dings open in front of me, and a member of hotel staff walks out pushing a trolley. I saw a younger man in his hotel uniform with close-cropped hair, so I waved him past as I listened intently to my earpiece, awaiting my colleague's response. The young man kind of nodded nervously, then carried on pushing what looked like a laundry trolley towards the VIP corridor. A second or two later, my colleague started telling us how he suddenly didn't think it was a person anymore. He didn't know what was under those blankets, but it hadn't so much as twitched when he knocked as hard as he could on the passenger's freaking window. The cocksucking passenger's window. How many miles to an gallon does your Jeep get? Are we talking about spin? What's spin? Oh, supernatural. Is that who you, do you... Please tell me you shortened supernatural with SPN. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's a good show, though. I only watched, like, however many episodes, but the whole, like, monster... No, I think I actually watched the first season of Supernatural when I was visiting my friends in Florida. And, it's a good show. Monster of the Week type vibe. Very endearing characters. Someone told me that the show was incesty. Is that true? I remember there's something about the two brothers that a lot of like people on Reddit and Twitter, who would have guessed, try to ship them together in like a weird incesty type fan fiction-y sense. That's what I've heard, I think. But, you know, the fucking internet's weird. It always creates like some sort of like weird niche community specific to like a fetish. Girls online make the brothers kiss like dolls. That's freaking evil. They're inside of each other like those little Russian dolls. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know what it was under those blankets, but it hadn't so much as twitched when he'd knocked as hard as he could on the rear passenger window. He was also so close that it didn't look so much like the shape of a sleeping person anymore, meaning the car wasn't occupied. It was empty. So right away we're in a bad situation because we had an empty, unaccounted-for vehicle within what we called our primary ring of security. We had an unknown element in the area, meaning that we had to switch on and stay focused. Then right as I'm putting my game face on, I noticed something about the trolley-pushing member of hotel staff in front of me. Naturally, having pushed his laundry trolley over to the door, he was now trying to access the VIP corridor using his keycard, only the keycard wasn't working. I wasn't too concerned at first. I know for myself that kind of tech isn't always reliable, but what I did notice was this young, say Gex. I know Gex. Don't they make screech music? Isn't Rule 34 the belief that anything that can be made into porn and has already been done so before you thought of it? Exactly. It's like it's like predestination. Have you seen the canny face revealed in frequently streams on Kick? I've not, no. That's cool, though. Is he doing okay on Kick, or is it kind of just... I feel like it'd be hard to, like, switch over to another, you know, service. That's funny. I typed Southern Canny and it doesn't even, like, show his channel. That's weird. Southern Cannibal. Oh, there she blows. Oh, wait, what's this? We're gonna look at his face. Alright, there he is. Nice. It is time. And then he's announced he's streaming on Kick. Let's take a peek. 257 followers. Damn. Well, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's and there's XQC on Kick playing slots and casinos. Oh my god. Even if he's like getting paid a shit ton, I feel like it's gotta be like terrible for your mental health to just be playing casino bullshit games like all day, every day. Because he seems like he gets really into it. What's Gorn? Gorn is gay porn. Can you do an XQC person? Dude, it doesn't even matter, dude. Like, freaking, like, Israel, like, send out, like, will probably, like, send you and your brother to go diet, like, in Middle East. It doesn't even, like, dude, it doesn't even like freaking matter. Like whatever you didn't do it, it's not even gonna like be a big deal. Like you just go die. Like everybody just goes dies for the past 20 years. Doesn't matter. My last bagel has mold. I'm so upset I'm going to sporuginize. That is a bug. That is a bug. Yeah. There's a bug. That is a bug. That is a bug. Oh wait, no. Actually, that is a bug. That is a bug meme is from. I mean, it might be him too, but it's actually from Chipsa, which was really funny. Chipsa was a Doomfist main on the Overwatch streaming community. And I just thought that was so funny because he's kind of niche, you know, in the sense that his channel's not super big. Now he streams like Marvel Rivals, which I hate that game too. But it's just funny that that is a bug like became an actual kind of popular meme. That's a bug. That's a bug. That's a bug. But what I did notice was this young member of staff's switch to a second key card and then what looked like a third, all to have them rejected by the little scanner. I start watching him get more and more frustrated and more nervous before asking him if he needed any help. It wasn't a genuine offer, just something to make him turn and look at me, and then when he did, he looked scared out of his mind. I was just about to ask him if he was a wee bit starstruck at the idea of meeting a big celebrity. Again, not a genuine sentiment, just something to engage him, so to get the measure. That's a bug. I wouldn't meet Kenny to hire Joel to do some voice acting for this. Man, it would be cool, but I mean, I'm sure he's obviously got a man of many voices and talents. But if you ever need someone, I'll be glad to do it for free. Send it to him lickety-split like. Lickety fucking split like. Banana split like, yeah. Grr, baby, grr. Again, not a genuine sentiment, just something to engage him so I get the measure of the man. And that's when I realized who it was. His hair was short, very short, but poorly shorn, almost like he'd done it to himself with very little experience. And then once I'd pieced that little detail together, I recognized his face. He'd cut his hair short, and he'd taken out his facial piercings too. But I recognized who it was. It was Walker the Stalker, in full hotel uniform, and he was standing right in front of me. In the UK, it is highly illegal for personal protection officers to carry any kind of lethal weapon. It's also very illegal for us to carry non-lethal options too, so carrying things like stun guns, pepper spray, or batons are going to land you with a criminal record. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be tearing your hair out at the mirror. At the fucking mirror description of it, mate. What should you eat? Do you have any meat? Or veg? Meat and veg. Time to hit the hay. Nice chatting and chilling. Have good luck with the rest of the night, Joel. Can't wait for the vid. Peace, gang. Thanks, Samir. Take care, dude. Good to see ya. And thanks for joining. Have you seen the Squid Game and Stranger Things trailers? I have not. Someone asked about Squid Game last time, and I just don't really have the interest anymore. And I'll be honest, I haven't watched Stranger Things since probably season 2. And I'm sure it's cool. I'm sure it'll probably be cooler than Squid Game, but I don't know. It's so crazy. Like, almost 10 years ago, that shit was going on. Millie Bobby Brown star. Millie Bobbington. Oi, how's it going? It's me, Millie Bobbington. And I'm about to show you a very strange thing I found earlier. Stranger Things started jumping the shark in season 4. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when you put out those shows, I don't know if it was like pre-written or whatever, but someone just needs to like, the only shows they should ever make, and I could be completely off base for saying this, is just shit that's based on a fucking successful book. Everyone just release a book related to some series of bullshit and then stick exactly true to it, and you will not fail. Thus saith Joe Ellington. I don't watch TV, I watch bugs fight in my arena. go, go, go. And it's just like a tarantula just staring, like not knowing what to do. And then a fucking praying mantis sort of like hits it with a thing, and it's just like, how do you not like Stranger Things? I thought you liked D&D. No, I do like Stranger Things. I just don't have a lot of energy for anything outside of like gambling at a gas station. That's where I found peak life to be. You have everything you need. All of your friends are there, including the Indian clerk who watches you like a hawk. And sometimes they play music over the shitty Bluetooth speaker. I'm missing out. Alright, I'll watch it. You're so full. Didn't you get pizza? Pizza. Netflix Death Note was just better than the book and did everything different. Really? Was Netflix Death Note better than the anime as well? There should be a horror movie about killer tarantulas. Jordan, you are in luck. There's one of my favorite movies from like the past 20 years. It's called Eight-Legged Freaks. And if you ever get a chance to watch Eight-Legged Freaks, you're going to be in for a treat. But fighting is not illegal, Justin. You should really get into it. That's true. What you should do is pretend your hand is a bug and fight the bugs with your hand. You look pregnant. Perfect. Perfect. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be tearing your hair out. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be tearing your hair out at the mere description, asking, then how are you supposed to defend yourselves? Well, firstly, bulletproof and stab-proof vests are an option where you... God damn it, I cannot make it through. Is it good? Eight-Legged Freaks is great. I love that movie. Well, firstly, bulletproof and stab-proof vests are an option we regularly employ, and since we're not allowed to carry weapons, there's a heavy emphasis on martial arts training, particularly judo and jiu-jitsu. But there are certain products. Brass knucklies. You think as like a private security thing you would have access to like cooler weapons than your typical UK or... When you watch Squid Game, watch it subbed. Gotta get prepared for season 3 in 2 weeks. I saw season 1, so I'm up there. What I need to do is just watch Mr. Beast. If I watch Mr. Beast, I should be good. I should write an Eight-Legged Freak spin-off smut. Yeah. He covered me in his cocoon. See ya, Mira. Take care. But there were... Fucking hell. But there are certain products which exist in a kind of legal loophole, things that are specifically designed to circumvent the rather strict UK laws regarding self-defense. And one such item was the non-toxic dye spray that I had on a keychain in my pocket. It operates in an identical manner as pepper spray, but instead of deterring your attacker via a shower of stinging vapor, it basically involves spraying a non-toxic, fast-degrading paint in their eyes to temporarily blind them. I've used it once before, and it was just as effective as I thought it was going to be. But like a lot of the stuff like that, it's only effective when it works, and whether or not it works depends on who you're using it on, as well as the situation at hand. For example, when I realized it was Walker the Stalker in front of me, having shaved his head and removed his piercings, I told him to stop what he was doing, step back into the lift, and leave before I called the police. But Walker the Stalker didn't like that idea, and he attempted to argue his case with the zombie knife he'd clearly hidden in the laundry trolley. Zombie knife? What the hell's a zombie knife? Season 2 started pretty slow, but the end was so good. Okay, I'll have to watch it sometime. Mr. Beast's evil twin, Mr. Beat, who makes nasty tracks. Mr. Beat his meat. Mr. Meat Beater. And he also, aka T-Series. T-Series should just start posting videos of them beating their meat. All of their employees just like getting freaking naked and then just say it's educational in parentheses. An undead knife, yeah. Fight 10 Obamnas or 3 chicken jockeys. Oh man, probably the Obamnas. I don't think they'd see it coming. I'd bring my drones. Are you allowed to say zombie? That's a good question, actually. Is that a copyright issue? Will George A. Romero come out of the ground and grab me by the nutsack? Also, who owns zombie? Who owns the term zombie? Is that probably Disney? Disney Channel? I can say Zomni. He had a Zomni knife. Rob Zomni. Watch Mr. Beast's Squid Game. I watched Mr. Beast from his home window while he's sleeping. Beyond that, whatever shows he's watching, I don't really watch anything else. Zombie came from voodoo when they got like Zambu from West African religion. Zambu. Oh, that'd be good. Do they have any games or movies called Zambu? Oh, that'd be great. Just some sort of series or something called Zambu, and it's like zombies but in like West Africa. Mit Zomni. Zambucha drink. Undead zombies or infection zombies. I really like the undead ones, really. I just think they're just like a lot more interesting, and it kind of like sticks true to the origins of them. And also like the fact that like a lot of undead zombies have like various forms of decomposition. I find those, I don't know, they tend to be more stylized, slower, interesting looking. Most of the movies that deal with like slow zombies, where you're not immediately like kitted out with a minigun, are just like more interesting to me. I remember Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare 1, well, just Undead Nightmare since there's not a second, sadly, used undead zombies from like a Aztecian like cursed item that they removed from a tomb. Vladimir Zomblinsky. 28 days later, rage zombies. Yeah, I can't wait for 28 years later. The Half-Life zombies were good too, with the head crabs and stuff. And honestly, that section of Half-Life 2 is amazeballs. They should add zombies to Overwatch. Yeah, I feel like there was like a mini game. Do you still play Overwatch, Smoxy? Or have you given it up? Such as I. But Walker the Stalker didn't fancy that, I heard. I don't want to use the word fancy. It's too fancy. But Walker the Stalker didn't like that idea, and he attempted to argue his case with that knife he'd clearly hidden in the laundry trolley he'd somehow acquired. I don't know if the terms... Oh, damn. Alright, so we do have to say zombie knife. I'm gonna make it big. Big in the Overwatch scene. We don't go to Ravenholm anymore. It's just like so beautiful too how you transition to Ravenholm, because it's like you get to the cave system, right? And then the cave system comes out into Ravenholm through like a bright white light, I think, or something. And then you kind of get to see some of the zombies beforehand, or you get to see the specific head crabs. God, that game is so fucking genius, bro. The game developers behind Half-Life and all the little details and nuances and the writing is genuinely so fucking perfect. I don't know any other games that really hit that. Like, they're the only ones that do like environmental storytelling to absolute perfection. But Walker the Stalker didn't like that idea, and he attempted to argue his case with a zombie knife he'd clearly hidden in the laundry trolley he'd somehow acquired. I don't know if the terms made it over to the United States yet or anywhere else, but here in the UK, the term zombie knife refers to large knives or miniature machetes that are often curved, spiked, or otherwise unconventionally shaped. Walker the Stalker produces one, charges me with it, but I'm ready to deploy my dye spray, and when I did, I unleashed a powerful stream of it right into his angry little face. The reaction was instant. He was blinded, which he clearly found unpleasant, but it was only him, but it only made him horny. I don't know any other games that hit my G spot, my G-man spot. I know what you mean. The one game, and Chris played this one with me. It was called Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and it's essentially a gambling game for the most part. But the better you get better by understanding the game and the cards more. And that one is kind of like what I am like sort of addicted to now, sadly. But then also just like single player games or co-op games are pretty sweet. Some people I've been seeing playing the new Dune MMO game. When he's back from deployment, I'll play some. Yeah, that'd be great. The Dune, what's it called? Dune something. It's like an MMO, but it actually looks pretty solid, to be honest with you. There's like building, solid like resource gathering mechanics and survival mechanics, as well as solid shooting and melee combat. So actually it doesn't look too bad. I probably won't play it, that being said, but overall, not too shabs. Can you really smother someone with a pillow? Yeah, if they're being annoying. Don't do it though, come on. The reaction was instant. He was blinded, which he clearly found unpleasant, but it only made him angrier. On top of that, he knew exactly where I was too, so as he recommenced his charge and I tried to get out of the way, the landing... Man, I'm just not on board tonight. On top of that, he knew exactly where I was too, so as he recommenced his charge and I tried to get out of the way, the landing proved too narrow and he connected with a swing of his knife. If it wasn't for my stab vest, I would be 100% a dead man. Medieval extraction game. Yeah, is that the Dark and Darker game? Fart and Farter. I've heard that's pretty good. It's like Skyrim style combat. Dude, my back. Fucking god darn. If it wasn't for my stab vest, I would 100% be a dead man right now, because the blade connected with my chest, but slid down the fabric of the vest after cutting through my shirt. But what made me doubly fortunate was that Walker's first strike had thrown him completely off balance. This gave me an ample opportunity to subdue him, but Walker was slippery. He managed to twist out of the hold I was trying to put him in and bring up that zombie knife again. Under any other circumstances, I wouldn't have been an issue because... Wait, under any other circumstances, I wouldn't have been an issue because I guess it wouldn't have been an issue, maybe? Oh, it's not even out yet. Okay, interesting. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it kind of looks like zombies or kind of looks like, what the fuck is that game? The one where it's like Western but zombies, and it's an extraction game. The Hunt Showdown, 1886 or whatever. Put a heating pad on it. Yeah, I should have got one. Son of a gun. I'm gonna have to do some like big stretchy crap before I go to bed just to really lock in, but I'm just like not looking forward to waking up and it's still sucking balls. Under any other circumstances, it wouldn't have been an issue because I had him from the back, but the curved section of the blade was long enough to reach back and cut into my forehead. Another swing, and he could have had my eye out, so I shoved him forward, backed away, then keyed the emergency button on my radio to silently call in all available assistance. I had a colleague come running from down the opposite end of the hallway, which in turn alerted the light sleepers of the VIP corridor that... Damn, dude, I am just not on the ball tonight. I had a colleague come running down from the opposite end of the hallway, which in turn alerted the light sleepers on the VIP corridor that something was going on. He came running like the clappers of... Oops. He came running like a bat out of hell, and all the corridor behind him started to fill up with frightened VIPs. But there were a few grim seconds there where I was alone with a very blind, but still very dangerous stalker. He was screaming and waving the zombie knife around, but the fact that he was temporarily blinded meant that he kept swinging at nothing, and then retreating from nothing and again and again. This was obviously very good for me, but his erratic swings in the shape of the knife meant rushing him would be a huge risk without someone else present. Luckily, my colleague was at the side. Luckily, my colleague was at my side in mere seconds, and after hurling a potted plant at the blinded walker, we were able to tackle and subdue him while isolating the arm that he was carrying the blade with. Hotel security was there to assist within minutes, and the police were there a short while after that. Walker the stalker was taken into custody, and while everyone was a bit shaken, it all amounted to a job well done. But what's never been properly explained to any of us was how he got his hands on that hotel uniform, as well as the key cards he was using to access various spaces. Walker didn't talk to the police. He didn't enter a plea at this Walker didn't talk to the police. He didn't enter a plea at his trial either, and he refused to leave his cell to attend his sentencing hearing. He never said a single word to anyone about anything, and the only clues to his motivations were the things he'd posted online. Obviously, he put a lot of fucking time. Slay. Oh my god. Obviously, he'd put a lot of time and effort into his What's up, teacup? Obviously, he put a lot of time and effort into his little plan. Touring artists post their dates 18 months in advance sometimes, giving creeps like Walker plenty of time to craft their little schemes. But how he'd managed to find this exact hotel our client was staying at was... My god, dude. But how he'd managed to find the exact hotel our client was staying in was tradecraft... Okay, Jesus, dude, I don't know why. I'm just struggling so much tonight. Nikki B, welcome to the Butter Suck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Joel said it meant gay porn and I knew he was lying. Wait, you're telling me Gorn doesn't mean gay porn? I thought it was just like a way that the LGBTGD community, like, got right to the action. You know what I mean? Go to Google, type in Gorn, and away you go. Straight up glork in it. You got the gifts, the harder you try to make it through the story, the more it was just... That's true. I need to just flow like water. But how he'd managed to find the exact hotel our client was staying in was tradecraft even professionals like me could admire, even if we did so begrudgingly. And if his keycard scheme had worked, God knows how he managed to program them, he might have made it all the way to a VIP room completely unchecked. Because again, radically changing his appearance prior to striking was a deviously impressive bit of deception. I feel like this is best ended by circling back to my point about cocksucking fucking shite. What's up, Tyra? How we doing? Has anyone seen the live action How to Train Your Dragon remake? I have not. But I did not realize the guy from 300 was in it because I saw him on the red carpet. Also, I think it's really funny that movie has like a really big red carpet like showing. I don't know. It should just be one of those movies in the same way that How to Train Your Dragon was kind of like forgotten about when it came out in theaters. I guess maybe it was like more of a cult classic later, but I don't know. I feel like this is best ended by circling back to my point about how just one single person can cause an awful lot of trouble for an awful lot of people. I suppose I should take a bit of comfort in that, because if that wasn't the case, people like me would be out of a job. But it still sends shivers down my spine, knowing there's many more out there, just like Walker, and not all of them are going to fail. It was phenomenal. It's amazing. Nice. Is it better than Beast Games, Squid Games Beast? The Beast Games Squids? Be honest. Alright guys, we got one more story here, a little bit of a true criminal story, and I'm gonna BRB, I'm gonna make some tea. I'm definitely gonna watch 28 Years Later for sure, in theaters. In musical theaters, with a big alligator. But I'll be right back, you guys talk amongst yourselves. See you in a wee bit. Boo. Did I freaking scare you? Good. That was essentially... Oh, there's Justin. What's up, bro? Jill needs to start up a friend or a dating service. A friend service. Do they have friend services? Also, what did I miss? Oh, yes. Brianna Reed, welcome to the Butter Sark cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, everyone here. Oh, yeah, the one guy last time was mad because he felt like the bonus content wasn't up to snuff. And I forgot to ask him if he had received his rotisserie chicken in the mail yet. Because if he didn't receive that, I can see why that would be quite frustrating sometimes. How was the turd? Very turdly. Honestly, while making the tea, I was doing quite a bit of stretches. And the hamstring, obviously the pressure on the glutes helps to release the glutes, and then the hamstring stretches help take tension off. But I'm noticing, I can definitely tell, the pain is specifically localized to the lumbar spinal region. And it's just what does that mean? Does that mean a pulled muscle or just a injured vertebral? What the flurp? What kind of tea? It's like a magnesium cocoa tea. So you just have the Keurig, heat up the water, and then you dump your pow in there, stir it up like Nesquik. You're the only Justin. Unfortunately, the other Justin you're talking to is a top fan. He has over 300 experience in the chat tonight. Pretty much unstoppable. And also, he's a movie star, so he's pretty much talking to Rachel Ziegler. He's pretty much the Gal Gadot of the chat. Tea time, what's up? He's a psyop. Justin is a psyop agent working for the state of Israel. He is here to convince us that everything bad must happen for good things to happen. You have sacroiliac pain. It's around the lumbar region and can involve issues with pelvic floor and coccyx. I will say yes to that. But exactly what that indicates, I'm not really sure. Because I injured it while jogging, right? But it was because my left calf was so sore from previous jogging and other activities that I feel like my joggingness was just limp, a limp jog. And I feel like that transferred up the chain to just, I don't know, maybe it was the repetitive motion of the jog or something to the spine. I don't know, but I got fucked up and it pisses me off. Nate, what's up, dude? You wake up with pain, or does it gradually set in? I wake up with it. It's definitely the worst once I wake up, and then better like once I've mobilized. I've mobilized. I have to listen to my body. Yeah, for sure. It's just I'd rather tell it to pipe down a little bit. Do I use honey for my tea? No. I should, though. I'm just kind of fasting today, so minimal intake of much. Always happens when you try to work out and be healthier. Well, yeah, it's like I normally didn't have any issues, and then I don't know. It's whatever. See a doctor so they can refer you to a physical therapist if you can. It's all good. I mean, I there's things that I've been doing, working on. I don't know. No need to like waste that time. Just annoying trying to like pinpoint it myself. Floating in a float house. I wouldn't mind it, honestly, if it helped to like just decompress the spine. Alright guys, we got true crime tonight. This is about Task Force Saber 7. Anybody familiar with them? Oh wait, this is not a true crime. I'm dumb. My bad. I totally read that wrong. For some reason, the way it was written in the beginning with that task force, I thought that... Sorry. Anyway, Chex Mix. Chex Mix is pretty good, but I kind of prefer it when it's a little sweet and salty. Comment, welcome. As the true crime ones written by listeners or the people that find the stories get them. The true crime is written by, usually written by, Sam Writing. He's very talented with that. He also contributes to the bonus content if you want to hear his creepypastas. I haven't had cereal in so long. It used to be my like favorite thing to just get like a whole fucking box of cereal and just eat it in one day with a whole thing of milk. It really sustained me as a child. Mr. Samuel riding. What be he riding upon? A magic carpet. Back in 1999, I was a scrappy 18-year-old kid from rural Ontario, and since I didn't like the idea of working at a mill or driving a plow, I decided to... Back in 1999, I was a scrappy 18-year-old kid from rural Ontario, and since I didn't like the idea of working at a mill or driving a plow, I decided to join the army. Enlisting wasn't too complicated back then, but... Enlisting wasn't too complicated back then, but it wasn't a cakewalk either. I walked into the recruitment center in Kingston, then a couple of corporals. Corporals, right? You get sciatica. Yeah, you might just have to get like a foam roller and sit on your glute in the one area till it, like, wherever it feels tight, and just sit there and take some deep breaths till it starts to release. It might give you sciatic relief. That's kind of what helps me. But I really do think something like localized to the spine is what's getting me right now. It's frustrating. Where the furk is my whoopie pies? Yeah. I walked into the recruitment center in Kingston, then a couple of corporals asked about my fitness, my grades, and why I wanted to join. I gave them some stock answer about wanting to serve my country, but really, I just wanted to get the hell away from Hanover. 2 years later, I was a private with Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry stationed in 2 years later, I was a private with Princess Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Jesus Christ. Tongue twister. Private with Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. 2 years later, I was a private with Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, stationed in Edmonton. It was an early autumn. God, I'm just off tonight, bro. It's frustrating. It was early autumn, and I was in the mess hall scarfing down a late breakfast after our run when someone yelled out to crank up the volume on the TV. The screen showed the Twin Towers in New York. Smoke was pouring out of a hole in one of them, then a few minutes later, the second plane hit. The room went dead quiet. Dudes forgot that they were even eating. And then we watched, totally shunned as the towers collapsed. Totally stunned. Then we watched, totally stunned as the towers collapsed and ash covered. God fuck, man, what is wrong with me? Then we watched, totally stunned as the towers collapsed and ash-covered people ran through ash-covered streets. Over the next few hours, the news kept replaying the planes, the fire, and the chaos, and the mess hall filled up with guys just glued to the TV. We all knew it, even before the CO started briefing us. War was coming, and it was going to be bad. The world we'd trained for, all the peacekeeping missions and Cold War cleanup, was gone. We were headed to Afghanistan, and it wasn't going to be some UN mission handing out blankets either. It was going to be ugly, and we'd be in the thick of it. I felt this mix of dread and excitement, like history was about to drop the puck for us. My God. Yeah, lest we forget about World Trade Center 7. The puck. Isn't it weird when you really think about it? All you have to do to control the world for the most part is control its various hierarchies. If you can become the one dictating things at the tippity top of a hierarchy, you can get everyone down below it, especially within the, securities hierarchy, to do whatever you want, you know what I mean? Because everyone just sort of, we have this thing as humans where we just sort of have these hierarchies that we respond to via fear, and then the fear, we sometimes go along with stuff even though we don't believe in it because we're afraid we're going to get killed or locked up or kicked out of the group or hurt or whatever the fuck, or not paid. Even worse, not paid, God forbid. No, I know that's the point of hierarchies, but isn't it strange? I mean, just the psychology of it all. That even the stuff that we sort of just don't agree with, we just sort of tacitly go along with because we're just afraid of the hierarchy. And I'm just curious if at some point, through some sort of psychological manifestation, we can convince large swaths of people to just no longer abide by said hierarchy, Because if we really don't want World War III to start, right? If we really don't want it to happen, because we don't seem to want it to happen, but it seems like it still would be thrust upon us whether we want it to or not. But I think the number one way to break free of this endless cycle of essentially being captured by, military sadists way above us, or all of the moneyed, corruption that exists within our political systems, is to just essentially, especially within the form of the military, just say no. If you don't agree with the conflict that you're about to partake in, just don't do it. Now granted, there probably will be many to replace you, but I mean, if enough people break ranks, you can't get the ball rolling on creating the chaos that you want to create, and the centralization of power that they want to centralize. But I guess there will always be hired guns ready to fuck people over. I don't know. Repeatedly bringing up World War III political system gives more weight to the tokens and die that is our reality simulations. What are you saying? I don't understand. Capitalism encourages the hierarchies and makes it easier to fabricate those hierarchies. I agree, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be another hired gun and incentivization systems in which to, for people to kind of set aside their morals and go and kill others, Yeah, but that's the unfortunate thing is like maybe, who knows, maybe a repetitive, because a lot of the times people join the military under like repetitive narratives. Since they're young, they hear the idea of like, I want to protect my nation, blah, blah, blah. But maybe if enough young people hear the idea that it's just not right, or that it will lead to like more suffering, maybe they just won't be interested in participating anymore, and they won't be able to like create enough like AI robots to like fill the void. Though I'm sure that's already been thought of. I don't know. You just ate a milk-dipped Twix. That does sound good. Take third of the pudding and half the Cool Whip until it's lighter. Add the remaining cool... Oh, I thought you were making an analogy. Since our reality being a simulation is the new collective conscious theory, repeat after me, bringing up World War III wills its creation. You're right. You're actually totally right. You're actually totally right. And you honestly have to wonder to yourself, like, how much of, like, social media talking about it over and over again, like, is this World War III? Is this the Civil War? Is this World War III? Is this the Civil War? Like, actually just, like, kind of more or less manufactures a sense of consent, right? Because you have to ask yourself how many of those, like, riots that happen in, like, LA or whatever the fuck were actually, like, authentic processes that occurred, if not just, like, people being bussed in and paid money to, like, make it look like chaos, or at least, you know, be the arsonists that start the first flame, right? And then it creates a cascade of effect or whatever. And in the same way, yeah, I mean, maybe just psychologically, like, constantly telling you that there's going to be, like, civil strife here over and over and over again. It's like conditioning your mind to be, like, comfortable with it when it does happen, even if it's manufactured to some degree, because, you know, you've heard it. You've heard about it 1,000 fucking times. Because ignoring a problem magically makes it go away. That's a good point too. I mean, I guess whether you're thrust, it doesn't matter, honestly. It's just annoying. Because it's like, well, what is, how do you fight back against it? Because you're talking about it, you're like essentially comfortable with it, or getting comfortable with it over time, or expecting it. But how do you, like, just say, like, no, no more demons. We doth not wish to fight. We wish for peace upon cosmic earth. I say that without a hint of irony, we should all refer to an upcoming global conflict as World War IV. No, yeah, exactly. Honestly, that might be a way, if you think about it. They called Pakistan versus India World War II. And I don't know if it's still going on or not, but it seems like it, you know, whenever if you laugh at things, perhaps if we make jest of all of it and not take it seriously, maybe if we just, like, mimetically, comedically make fun of things, it takes out the energy that it's trying to elicit. But once again, I guess that doesn't necessarily solve the problem, does it? What's up, Max? Milk found a way to my Twix bar. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe mocking. Yeah, maybe mocking things. That's how we win. You take the gusto out of someone by mocking their selves, you know what I mean? Like if a Karen at Best Buy is bitching about the way she was treated by the staff, and normally she would get taken very seriously, but if everyone along the way just, like, laughed at the Karen would never have, like, the power that she so seeks, and the power that she seeks is demonically the power that you give her, right? She's trying to absorb your energy, so maybe in the same way, that's how we mitigate conflict, is we just sort of laugh it all off. Ha 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 ha. What do you mean? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, honestly. Next time your boss tries to subconsciously manipulate you with self-conscious criticism, just take the high road and criticize their criticism. Or laugh. Could you laugh? Could you have a giggle at it and it just like doesn't work? That'll be a verse in the future Bible, yeah. The newest testament of the basilisk. Netanyahu's the new Karen. He really doesn't stop bitching, does he? It's kind of weird to me. And it is kind of like very strange whenever like a foreign entity is always just like appearing in your, like, isn't the United States supposed to be like the most fucking powerful nation in the world? Or it always like provides a large gusto, right? But for some reason, every time like Israel pops up, it's like, all right, guys, we gotta listen. We gotta listen what they say. Placed in the fucking middle of nowhere, the size of fucking New Jersey. Better listen up, guys. Really important we listen to that. It's just like, what the fuck? Well, like, what? Like, does no one else notice this shit? It's just like such an odd... I don't know, it's odd. Obama. I feel this mix of dread and excitement, like history was about to drop the puck for us. But in 2002, the itch to do more than patrol and train got me thinking about JTF-2, Canadian Special Operations Forces, the real deal. If I wanted to guarantee a spot in frontline operations in Afghanistan, that was the ticket. Getting into JTF-2 was the toughest thing I'd ever done. I was in decent shape, but decent just didn't cut it with how brutal that selection process... What the fuck? That was obviously Iran put off a bomb inside my mouth. Could I get a big kiss so I can fall asleep? Good night. Mwah. America's the most powerful, but also the easiest to get resources from. I mean, it's so strange. I mean, like, that to me, it's just like, that's our biggest thing in America, is just like the clear corruption and influence from foreign entities and the clear corruption and influence from like conglomerate corporation, giant corporations. Like, how the fuck do we get that shit out of our government? But I just don't think it's really possible, because you just get, I don't know, plata o plomo, right? Silver or lead. You either take the bribe or you die. And it can be two ways of dying. You can have your reputation destroyed via the media and social media and all that kind of shit, or you literally get killed. And it sucks that it's always been that way, and it probably always will be that way, but I don't know. Maybe the outstretching of like truth that's found in like the quickness of social media will bring rise to it, and less people will be complacent. But at the same time, I mean, it seems like we're all you really need is like less than 50% of the population to go along with something, and it just seems like everybody else just sort of falls in line out of fear. Corporatism and intelligence agencies are too embedded. Yeah, man, like, can they just be nice? Can they like why is it that their end goals never seem to be like beneficial to the fucking Constitution? I get it. If you really want to run an efficient, slick, hot, cool society, you need to kind of have it all fall under one terrifying totalitarian AI, that watches over everything, like Sauron or whatever the fuck. And I get that's the end goal. It helps, and you feel powerful, but like, come on. There's got to be people within the intelligence ranks and corporatism who just like genuinely want to see the America that they grew up in maintain its existence as the that America forever, right? I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't give a shit. But you think eventually there would be some of them would be dissenting from those operations to a degree. I don't know. The collapse of what exactly? By pissed Magutus. Ironic, cannot unsee. What's it about? It's all about money. It's just weird. I mean, The money part must just be the easiest thing, because it's like we as the population, that's what we seek after. But I mean, presumably they would have just like infinite resources all the time. And it's more just about like centralizing all of those resources, going for the complete 100% world domination tactic. 90% of people are too afraid to accept reality. We literally have been bred that way, just like how dog breeds were created as true. The fearful have been kept alive for generations. Well, that's a good point too, yeah. Even then, that Deus Ex picture that you have there, I saw the clip from the game where it was like a sort of basilisk, like ultra AI, whenever the argument in that game was like, well, government overreach and like surveillance is actually really bad, and then the AI argues like, well, your entire existence as humans, you've desired a god to watch you. God to you was like a perfect governance. It was a governance that watched what you do and was the authoritarianism, was the father that extends spiritually beyond just the home. And so you yourself as humans are in many ways performative. Like the things we do are sort of like just abstractly performative. And so like to suddenly actually have a manifest godlike intellect in the form of a greater AI watching all over us, it will generally just be something that we're kind of like seamlessly molded into, because we, for lack of a better words, like desire to be watched. We are a channel on Rick and Morty's intergalactic TV cable box. Hell yeah, dude. Only the smartest people watch Rick and Morty. Did you guys know that? Only Redditors love Rick and Morty. And Redditors are the smartest, and the coolest, and the hottest. Getting into JTF2 was the toughest thing I've ever done. I was in decent shape, but decent just didn't cut it with how brutal that selection process was. They dragged us out to the backwoods of Ontario for a month of hell. We got barely any sleep and were subjected to a constant mix of ruck marches or navigation drills in the dark. But the worst were the psych tests designed to mess with your head. The directing staff would scream at you, starve you, anything to push you towards quitting. I saw good shows. Humanity is doomed. The question with humanity, though, is like, were we ever not doomed, really, at the end of the day? Because I think this sort of abstract connection to like humanity as a whole is in some ways beneficial both for your survival and, I don't know, your empathetic connection with some grander purpose. But, I mean, you look at the dodo bird. Do you think it sits there and ponders its species? No, it dies. And only greater intelligence such as the humans even waste their time trying to remember the dodo bird. So in reality, you being an individual point of perspective within this collective consciousness of humanity should really only do just that. Focus on yourself and those you care about. I saw good soldiers, tough as nails, break down and walk away. I didn't crack, but I came close. After that came specialized training, close quarters combat, advanced weapons, parachuting, the works. It took a further year before I was badged in as a JTF2 operator, but when I was, it was the proudest moment of my entire life. By the time I deployed to Afghanistan in 2003, I felt ready for anything. We piled into a Hercules out of Trenton, with the cargo hold stuffed with gear and guys from JTF2, and then we all tried to catch a few hours of sleep to make the long-haul flight go faster. The plane droned on for all-out war. If there was no hope, we would already be long gone. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. We're in this weird point of humanity where it's just like the ones that truly rule over everything, and they have for seemingly generations through generational wealth and sort of controlled cycles of like growth and collapse. At this point, they're just trying to complete their objectives, their side quests, you know what I mean? But it's unfortunate because we, as just individuals along that river of time, just kind of have to go along with it because the current system requires you to pay with Bitcoin and dollary dues and little pieces of nickel, it's just... And we're social animals, so we've got to rely upon that system to keep us going. And we're also reliant upon the judgment of others, so it's not like we can just sort of be comfortable with base survival and just go live out in the woods. Like, all of the things that have helped us make it this far have been, like, essentially hijacked and taken advantage of, and, is seamlessly our downfall as well. Growing up Jehovah's Witness set me up for a life of paranoia. Every time something crazy happens, my body goes into panic mode. And why is that? What's the correlation there between Jehovah's and panic? Is it just always feeling like the end of the world is coming or something like that? Honestly, that should be how it be. Maybe that's a good narrative to say to somebody. Like, if you have a friend of yours who genuinely advocates for war, who will say we should go to war with X country or whatever, just say to them, okay, you go. Anybody who says that we should go to war, they have to go. And granted, what the fuck is that going to do? People are still just going to say their stupid ass shit. But it should at least like open up their mind a little bit to like the horrors of what it means, like to, I don't know, dance with your mortality, a little bit in your head. Because it is quite strange, just like how many individuals who kind of get along with or get on with whatever like media narrative is going on at the time really are like oddly comfortable with like the death of others in this systematic game of paintball. It's fucking scary. Basically, Jehovah's Witness is a doomsday cult with extra steps. Okay, so like every time you see a world event, you think that the doomsday prophecies are like manifesting, and therefore it fills you with a greater sense of anxiety, even though those things are quite scary anyways. But I guess it would make sense for you if you have those sort of like visceral experiences to sort of disassociate yourself from social media and normal media, just so that you don't have to like face it as much. Some people even demanding nukes being introduced immediately. Yeah, it's like you have to wonder where these narratives even come from. Because if the dead internet theory is correct, then the majority of opinions you even see on the internet that you think is like a large swath of people is actually just like made up bullshit, probably by like some AI that works for an intelligence agency, right? And it's not even like the actual collective opinion of the populace. And the worst part is that if you think the majority of the population believes something, that's the end goal. It doesn't matter whether the population actually believes any of the shit that they see on the TV. If you think other people are on board with it, your internalized fear is just kind of like, oh, okay, we'll go along with what the horde thinks because you don't want to be judged or ostracized or kicked out of the caveman group. Like, it's just, that's the shit that they take advantage of. They like fuck with your brain, I left the Kingdom Hall over 10 years ago and it still gets me. The books we had as kids were riddled with doomsday imagery. Yeah. I don't know. Let's start a cult. The cult of hope. The cult of try your best, it's fine. We're confronted with information that contradicts our own beliefs. Our brain literally goes into fight, flight, or freeze. Right. Yeah, what would be an example of that cinnamon? Has that happened to you before? That's a funny mathematical, improvable psychological effect where... yeah. Exactly. Just say something and people are like, okay. Yeah, the experts said so. The media has never lied to me ever before. Isn't that kind of strange how like we kind of like go through that sort of thing where like a lot of us will be like, yeah, the media sucks or the government sucks, but then for some reason something happens and it's just like our brains like reset and we're just like, yeah, it's definitely going to be truthful this time. It's definitely going to be consistent. And I don't know. There's a book about it called Data Detective. Yeah, what's it say? Yeah, being chronically online is probably our biggest downfall, is that like we just don't like take our phones and just turn them off and just go fucking join a tap dancing class for a couple months. Instilled in me to not believe everything you see on the internet, but now they expect me to blindly trust AI. I mean, dude, you saw me, or maybe you weren't here, but earlier I asked about that fucking shooting in Minnesota, right? Minnesota, and like it had like a completely opposing perspective to what everybody else in chat was telling me. So I honestly don't even know, like as far as the shooter's motivations and that kind of thing and their political leanings. So it's really fucking, and it's like AI is so fucking confident with what it says. And it's like now that you like search things through a search engine using like, DeepSeek or Chat BBC or whatever the fuck, it's not like it gives you like a series of queried indices, you know what I mean, like showing you all sorts of possible information that you may or may not have to like dig through and discern on your own. It's just sort of like an assumption that the first thing it's going to show you is actually going to be correct. And is that dangerous? I mean, perhaps it's quite misleading. Oh, you did hear it. Sorry, I didn't know if you were here. No frowns, no worries. Do you want to see something funny? Go ask Meta or Gemini to explain why false data in AI is called a hallucination. Alright, let's do it. Wait. I can't highlight. It's stupid. Alright, let me just ask it. Why is false information... What is it? Why is false data in AI called a hallucination? In AI, especially language model like ChatGPT, the term hallucination refers to when the model generates information that sounds plausible, but is factually incorrect or entirely made up. The term comes from neuroscience and psychology, where hallucinations are perceptions that appear real but are created by the mind without an external stimulus. Similarly, when AI hallucinates, it's producing output that seems real, linguistically correct, fluent, confident, but doesn't correspond to real-world facts or source data. Why the term hallucination fits, that's such a good thing, dude. Having a word for that, dude, I'm telling you, there's so much power in words. Like having a word for something completely captures it in a pokeball and controls it and helps you to understand it, and everybody, like, you know, in a group to kind of be like, you know, in agreeance. I feel like we need something like that to like put a stop to war. There needs to be like a singular word that we can just like say, like unjustifiable war, or like I don't know, some fucking word that just absolutely kicks ass. But yeah, whenever like AI says something incorrect, we can just like quickly be like, hallucination. Oh, it's a hallucination. Why the term hallucination fits, no grounding in truth. The model isn't pulling from verified sources, just patterns leaned towards during training. Looks real but isn't, like a mirage or a dream. The result may appear logical, structured, and believable. Unexpected and unpredictable. Even with the good prompts, hallucinations can appear in unpredictable ways. Examples: saying Einstein won a Nobel Prize for the theory of relativity. False. He won it for the photoelectric effect. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Inventing citation. It'd be funny if all of this is false. It's all hallucination. Inventing citations for papers that don't exist. Oh my god, yeah, that's what it did earlier, because it had like citations for like Wikipedia and all this shit. Interesting. Confidently describing a historical event that never happened. Okay. Simulation man. Yeah. What? Inventing citations? Yeah, I don't know. Just interesting. Or maybe, well, like someone said earlier, that maybe the thing that I asked it was going based off of what the media said a few days ago due to their sort of bias or misleadings. Hey, see ya, Beth. Sleep well. And sleep tight. And sleep the whole night. But, you know, media bias, their sort of inclinations, and then the AI is just kind of like presenting that information that was falsely created by the humans. Oh, my back. Fuck me, dude. What's my favorite cereal? Oh, fuck. There's so many good ones. I don't know. You guys say them and then I'll just eat them, okay? Does AI hallucinating mean it's nuts? Oh, that's a good point. Let me ask it. Why does it hallucinate? Great question. The root cause of hallucination AI models comes down to how they are built and trained. Here's a clear breakdown of why hallucinations happen. AI doesn't know anything. Language models don't understand the world or facts. They work by predicting the next word in a sentence based on patterns in massive text data sets. They aren't retrieving facts from a database. They're generating text based on statistical likelihood. Training data is imperfect. The model is trained on huge data sets scraped from the internet, books, websites, articles. This includes contradictory information, outdated facts, right, which is what we most likely encountered earlier, biased or false claims. It learns patterns of how people write, not always what's true, missing context or knowledge, fluency bias, which is that model designed to produce fluent, natural language. That means it can sound extremely confident even when it's completely wrong, becomes fluency, doesn't equal truth. Lack of grounding. The model doesn't verify facts against external sources in real time unless specifically built to do so, for example with retrieval plugins or web tools. So without that grounding, hallucinations are more likely. Interesting. Corn Pops, Cookie Crisp, oh those are good, dude. Wheaties, Honey Smacks, those are good. Cocoa Pebbles, fuck man. Captain Crunch, yeah, Captain Crunch is definitely up there, broski. I use DeepSeek to get insight on my own behaviors. Now the Chinese will know. Okay. Pradeep is just absolutely scraping around the shitbox right now. Fruity Pebbles, yes. Lucky Charms, oh my god. Honestly, I have just an intimate relationship with every box of cereal ever made as a child. That was just like my genuine diet every day. Every day, all day, every day since I was like little. And now it's been so fucking long since I've had a bowl of cereal, which makes me sad. Honey Nutted Cheerios. I used to sort of despise as a kid the actual Cheerio stuff, so it's like, there's no sweetness to it. Where's the honey? Still would, though, I'll be honest. Probably still despise it. No toys in the cereal box anymore? Really? No toys at all? You think that would still be like feces puffs? You would think that a toy of some sort would still be really good. Dude, I remember I used to get like some pretty solid like shitty computer games and some of that stuff. I remember there was some sort of like Goosebumps first-person shooter style game that came with the cereal. Have I tried Craves? That sounds so familiar. Let's take a peek at that. Jarvis, bring up Craves. Oh, I think I've seen this. It's been, yeah, I think I have had that at some point. That is good with like little gooey bullshit inside the crunch. That's a great idea. Chex Quest. Yeah, dude, I think that's what it was. Fruit Loops with marshmallows. Yeah, dude. Where did the old AOL CDs come from? Alright. I am ChatGPT. Where did the old AOL CDs come from? Mass-produced CDs, distributed internet access software, hoping to get people to sign up for a dial-up service. They were made in partnership with major CD manufacturing companies, distributed via direct mail, magazines, retail stores, airports, libraries, coffee shops, even cereal boxes. AOL spent hundreds of millions of dollars creating and distributing billions of these discs. Why did AOL send so many? Because it worked. At one point, AOL was gaining a new subscriber every 6 seconds. It's estimated that by the early 2000s, about 50% of all CDs produced globally were AOL discs. The campaign helped AOL grow to over 25 million users at its peak. What was on the CD? AOL software installer for Windows and Mac. A special promotion, 1,000 free hours for a limited time, sometimes included wallpapers, games, and web tools. What happened to them as broadband internet became widespread, dial-up and AOL declined? Many of the CDs ended up in landfills, while others were repurposed into art, coasters, and ornaments. AOL later merged with Time Warner and eventually Verizon. Interesting. I was going to say, I wonder why they didn't... I mean, I guess they do have the infrastructure on all the telecommunications bullshit with Verizon towers and stuff. Jurassic Park Crunch. I don't remember that one. I could have sworn I remember Cereal Box at LCD, but I can't tell if my memory was making it up. Yeah, I feel like I definitely had that. I do remember, like a certain number of hours. I won't talk again unless Joel says hi to me. I came to the stream late. Sorry, I know you don't care. What do you mean I don't care? What did I do? Why do you always seem upset when you come in? I don't know what I do to you that upsets you. I feel like you guys make up a story of who I am in your head or something, and if I am not your dad or something, you get mad, and I don't know why. I'm gonna poot and throw up, which is fair. I notice oh, you're just kidding. Okay, good. See, sometimes I'm not so good at picking up their jokes and stuff. Joel's familiar when he posts pictures of his cat. Those are selfies. Yeah. I just lick my balls and fur all day. The plane dropped on what felt like... Well, droned on for what... Oh yeah, when you leave in the military on a plane, in a military plane, do you have to sit on some shitty military plane for those hours to get to Iraq and stuff? What kind of, do you get first class and then you land and then you get into your gear? Or do you have to wear your gear the whole way there? Do they give you a toy? Hey Iris, welcome back. You're the first and last one here. Do I have a nice rump? It's very sore lately for my stupid back. I was gonna not come in again, but it was playing on Dom's phone. I heard Joel reading about how AI was just a hollow statistics problem. Yeah, dude. Fucking crazy, isn't it? Haven't been skydiving now. I honestly don't think I'll ever skydive, because it's just it seems cool, but just the possibility that the guy you're doing it with could fuck it up, or something could malfunction, and then the malfunctioning device that's supposed to save you malfunctions, and then you're just absolutely scourged. Of course, I have heard of people surviving really far falls from up in the sky, but I'm curious what those circumstances would entail. Validate you? You're validated. The fact that I'm even here means you're doing A-okay. We piled into a Hercules out in... Man, I just can't read tonight. This is so fucked. We piled into a Hercules out of Trenton, with a cargo hold stuffed with gear and guys from JTF2. Then we all tried to catch a few hours of sleep to make the long-haul flight go faster. The plane droned on for what felt like forever, and we stopped to refuel somewhere in Europe before landing at Kabul, right? Kabul? Not Kabul. Kabul. God, why is that hard to say? Kabul. Kabul. I'm gonna say Kabul. And if anybody gives me shit in the fucking comments, I will find where you live. Just kidding. The plane droned on for what felt like forever, and we stopped to refuel somewhere in Europe before landing at Kabul International. When we stepped off the ramp, we saw mountains standing tall against the horizon, and the city sprawled out in front of us in a cloud of dust. And then, and only then, did it actually feel real. Me and my unit ended up being based at Camp Julian near Kabul, a dusty compound rigged with HESCO barriers and razor wire, ringed. Me and my unit ended up being based at Camp Julian near Kabul, a dusty compound ringed with HESCO barriers and razor wire. Inside, it was all tents, connexes. Dude, fucking hell. You know what's kind of creepy? So I have like a security system or whatever, like with like the cameras and stuff at like the doorbell, and it connects to your like doorbell's system, right? Through like the little electrodes that positive, negative into it, and to make your doorbell ring. And I went out there the one day, and it was taken off of its like. It's not that fancy, but it was taken off of like its hinge, like it clicks in, right? It was taken off of that and then like pulled out. And so it was just like dangling by the fucking wires. In my mansion, not really. It's a small, humble mansion. No, but it was like, yeah, taken off and then hung. So like someone, it couldn't have been like the weather, but it had to have been someone who like literally went out of the way to like crank it out and like pull it, and then like they were trying to steal it. Like maybe they were trying to fucking steal it and then just like couldn't figure out how to like quickly like untangle the wires, I guess. Or I mean, it definitely felt kind of stalker-ish, in a weird way. But at the same time, I was like trying to like, because I mean, like, I couldn't imagine someone who delivers shit. You didn't catch the person on camera. No, that's the thing. Is like it's such a shitty fucking service that it only like saves like one. Well, do I have my phone? Hi, kitty. What are you doing? So funny. You like open up the thing and he's like, he's so cute. He really is like the greatest cat ever. Sorry. I don't know where my phone is. I should check it though. Also, hilarious thing, the one person that like dropped off my one of my packages, instead of just dropping it off on the doorstep, they put it in front of the garage, like in the most like obvious spot. Like you wouldn't like, why would you look at your garage, right? And so I even, like, the only reason I saw it was because the email, they took a picture and, send you an email that's been delivered. I'm like, oh, it's at the fucking garage. And I told myself, I'm like, well, some dumb idiot just put it there, so I, like, run over it. And then I said whenever I leave, I would, like, go get it before running over it. And I fucking ran over it anyways, because I forgot. Thankfully, it wasn't, like, shit that, like, mattered if you ran over it, but it's just, like, so funny to, like, I knew what was gonna fucking happen. And then I pull out and like totally forgot, and I look over and I just see the box just like half crushed. I'm like, oh my god, this is exactly what they wanted. It was pancakes, yeah, thankfully. Pre-made pancakes. It made my Black Dragon dildo completely worthless. Oh yeah, what is it? Connexes? Connexes. What the fuck is that shit? Sorry. Dude, I'm ready to get off. Oh my god, it's been 4.5 hours. Dude, I'll be honest with you, I don't know why these streams. It was all tense. Okay, wait. Four and a half hours, and I might Connex. Oh, okay, so it's French. What if it's English and it's Military? Yeah, just straight up edging the whole time. It's still just conics in the... Okay. Wait, plural, connexes. Oh, okay. Wait, connex? Like conhex without the H. Singular, plural, connexes. Is it... Oh, okay. Multiple connexes. Pronounced connexes. Okay, sorry. Just making sure. I didn't know if it was gonna like be some weird French bullshit. They're goddamn French. Oh, my back hurts. Holy shit. Okay. Inside, it was all tents, connexes, and the constant hum of generators. We needed those jennies too because the heat was brutal. It had to be like 40°C in the shade sometimes, and the dust got into everything. Your rifle, your nostrils, and other less mentionable places too. Afghanistan itself seemed like a kind of paradox to me. You had those beautiful mountains and green valleys and all that rich history, but they had nothing to show for it. Just blown out villages and kids begging for pens. The people were tough. I mean, they had to survive war for... The people were tough. I mean, they had to be to survive decades of war, but many were kind and welcoming and would offer us chai or flatbread with glimmers of hope in their eyes, thinking that maybe this time things were going to be different. But as you might know, they weren't. As JTF-2 operations were high tempo and high stakes, we weren't doing foot patrols or handing out aid. We were hunting bad guys, mainly Al-Qaeda. They've done a French accent for a story, mainly Al-Qaeda, but sometimes Taliban too. Direct actions, missions were the core, and we roll out the GMVs or on foot with NVGs, moving silently through villages where barking dogs would blow your cover. Okay. Mainly Al-Qaeda, but sometimes Taliban too. Direct action missions were the core. We'd roll out in GMVs or on foot with NVGs, moving silently through villages where barking dogs could blow your cover. Then we'd perform night raids on AI, I thought it was AI. God, we're gonna have AI wars soon. It's gonna be so bad. Then we'd perform night raids on Al-Qaeda safe houses, kicking in doors, clearing rooms, and grabbing high-value targets like bomb makers or commanders. Other times we'd do recon, lying up in the hills for days watching insurgents through optics, then calling in airstrikes when the time was right. We'd also sometimes work with our counterparts in the SEALs and Delta, sharing intel or hitting compounds together. And every op was a gamble. We were up against IEDs, ambushes, sometimes just bad intel that could turn up. We were up against IEDs, ambushes, or sometimes just bad intel that could turn a clean snatch into a fatal firefight. The adrenaline was addictive, but the weight of what we were doing wore us. God damn it. I keep, expecting certain words to be certain places and they're just not. It's not a big deal. The adrenaline was addictive, but the weight of what we were doing wore us down and sometimes seemed like the more you tried to change Afghanistan, the more it only changed you instead. A few months after the coalition went into Iraq, so late 2003, me and my guys were hauled up at a compound outside. A few months after the coalition went into Iraq, so late 2003, my guys and I were hauled up at a compound on the outskirts of Kabul when we got news of a job. Our CO said that we'd be linking up with a CIA outfit called Task Force Sabre 7 for a joint operation that involved hitting the suspected hideout of an Al-Qaeda bomb maker. We'd done these kinds of ops before, snatched the target, grabbed the intel, in and out, and JTF-2 doesn't mess around, so I figured these CIA boys would be pros, just like the SEALs or Delta we'd run in with before. The name Task Force Saber 7 sounded legit, like something straight out of a Tom Clancy novel. So we geared up, checked our C8s, and then rolled out expecting a tight operation. We met Saber 7 at a rendezvous point just outside the village in the pre-dawn hours. Please validate you. What do you need validation on? You can't just get a general validation. That would just be like me blessing you like the Pope or something like that. You need something specific. You need prayer. My husband is super jealous and hates you. Tell him it's all okay. It's all okay, and yeah, I mean, literally, I just exist here, and there's no actual threat, and yeah, I'm just a fucking dummy on the internet that makes scary stories, and that's literally it. Alright. You mean to tell me you're not the new poop? Are you you gotta be trolling again, huh? Validate my parking. Yeah, that's a good point. Pradeep is actually jealous of her husband. Joel Father, who does art in heaven, who draws naked men. Thanks for not using AI. You're welcome. I think I'd be quite bored if I didn't get to record anymore. Jealousy is weird, I don't understand the feeling. Well, maybe it was a troll again, but being jealous of me, who just only exists, not in direct communication. You know what I mean? But like, I literally, like, if your wife comes in here to like hang out in the chat, I'm not doing anything, I'm just chilling, brother. We met Saber 7 at a rendezvous point just outside the village in the early... God damn it. We met Saber 7 at a rendezvous point... I don't even know what I'm doing. We met Saber 7... I can't read, I give up. We met Saber 7 at a rendezvous point... fuck me, man. I don't know where my brain is. I think it's because I didn't eat today. We met Saber 7 at a rendezvous point just outside the village in the early morning hours, but right away, something felt off. The task force wasn't what any of us had expected. Instead of a slick crew of American spooks, it was 3 Americans and a mob of about 15 Afghans, all kitted out in mismatched gear like they'd raided one of Cabal's... fuck, man. It's like every sentence is a fucking mile long, bro. Holy shit. It's not that bad, actually. Yeah, take over, Ollie. Try singing the story. It's just annoying that I have to do shit tomorrow. Got shit to do. My back hurts. Dude, I really hope this back shit goes away over time. Like, it's so... Like, I know it will heal. But holy fuck. Like, sometimes as you get older, you're just like, am I fucked? Am I legitimately just like screwed for life and this is just my existence? It's kind of like when you're sick with the sniffles. Yeah, I pulled something. I don't fucking know. Just annoying. I could use a hug, honestly. I need to be like walked on. Went skinny dipping last night. I need to get that off my chest. That's cool. Did you go by yourself? I went skinny dipping at the local YMCA. Yeah, guys, pray for my back, would you? Could a man get some prayers, please? Instead of a slick crew of American spooks, it was 3 Americans and a mob of 15 Afghans, all kitted out in mismatched gear like they'd raided one of Kabul's many weapons markets. When you make that voice, you mocking another YouTuber. Yeah, I'm just doing a Chill's voice. I love him though. He's my buddy. He wished me happy birthday. That was very nice of him. Instead of a slick crew of American spooks, it was 3 Americans and a mob of 15 Afghans, all kitted out in mismatched gear like they'd raided one of Kabul's many weapons markets. The guy in charge, a loudmouth calling himself Jack, strutted around in sunglasses and a U.S. Army uniform and talked like he was auditioning for a Hollywood war movie. He threw around terms like HVT and Intel Stream with this kind of forced bravado, but we could see it for the performance it was, and the Afghans under him looked more like hired muscle than a disciplined unit. They were twitchy, gripping their AKs like they were just itching to use them, so I had a bad feeling about them from the get-go. Some of us figured that they might prove us wrong, work their magic, and bag their guy, but the op was a crap show from the start. We were supposed to sweep the village methodically, house by house, looking for bomb-making materials, things like wires, chemicals, the usual signatures. But Jack and his boys treated it like a free-for-all. He barked orders at his Afghans in a kind of pigeon Persian. Interesting. Pigeon Persian, they stormed into the mud-walled homes, kicking over furniture while screaming at families. Perfect. What a beautiful day. Guys, we need to go to war. We need to go to war. We need to kick down more people's homes. We need to blow people up. We need to ruin more lives. We need to displace millions of more people and integrate them in the society that they don't fit into and don't like and don't care and have been at war at for 20 years and don't get along. We need it. We need war, guys. We need it. Did I reject Sam's hug? I'm sorry. I'll take your hug. Just dodgeball. You're enlisting next year? No! Don't do it. Don't do it. Doth not do it. Validate me. I want you to tell me how smart I am. Yeah, but I don't know how smart you are. You have to prove it. You can't just... Like, you could be a turtle with a Turtle Beach headset, and I would be completely duped. For how violent I am in my mind, it's interesting how scared of war I am. I mean, it's death. It's just, it's certain death. You could be these guys, like this guy here, JTF2 or whatever the fuck. Like the Navy SEALs of Canada, the scariest maple syrup drinkers you've ever seen. And then some stupid fucking random, a bullet. A bullet doesn't train. It's an AK-47 doesn't train its whole life, but it can kill you in a fucking second because it shoots you in the head. You know what I mean? It's just like at this point, I don't even know why the fuck they need like these like hardened beasts anymore. You know what I mean? Send the robots, bro. If you want to keep your dumb war going, send the fucking robots. If I die in combat, honestly, it would be a badass way to go, kinda. It would not be a badass way to go because the worst part is, you might not even die, bro. You might not even die. You could end up like one of the many millions of veterans, God bless their soul, doing a physical cross with my fingers. God bless them, but they get injured. Like a bomb goes off next to you, your fucking bladder gets shattered from the shockwave. You have to use a catheter every day, 3 to 4 times a day for the rest of your fucking life, or God forbid you lose your feet. You put Crocs on your feet. You wear Crocs to go get the mail, and you would lose the ability to even go get the mail in your Crocs. And then you have to go to the VA all the time because you're in pain, and then you develop a pain addiction because the fucking nurse practitioner doesn't give a fucking flying shit about how much shit they give you. You just want it to go away. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many negative possibilities within the concepts of military that it should not ever, ever, ever be glorified. Ever. These are innocent souls that have been misled. Now, those who have served, love you. You rock. Thank you. Yeah, PTSD, battle fatigue, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you know, shell shock. Like, it's not good, man. If you truly care about troops, you wouldn't want to send them to die. Like, if you know what I mean? Like, in the same, it's like the same, oh, I love animals, let me send them to the fucking meat factory. Just, you know, just to brighten the place up a little bit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's fine now. It's good to have a dark sense of humor about it or whatever, but it sucks, man. I'm so sick of these narratives just like perpetually carrying nation to nation to nation. I mean, who knows? Where are those souls at? Where are their souls? When you die in the fucking military, do you go to like Valhalla? What happens? Does your soul get sucked up into like Saturn and just imprisoned there forever? Or do you go to hell? Do you go to heaven? What fucking happened? Or do you just get obliterated and your existence was nothing? You know what I mean? Once again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's bullshit. It's bullshit that you can't, I don't know. Like, why can't you talk about it? Why are those all the people that you see all the time, like, oh, these hardened badasses? And it's like, dude, they absolutely are the hardest badasses dudes ever, but they got a lot of issues, and it's not great. And I'm sure they, next to everybody, would sit there and say like, I'd reconsider signing up, little fella. I know you're 14 and you can do 3 pull-ups, but I really don't think Special Forces is your bag. Because now nobody ever gets me when I go home. I have a fucking drinking problem, and I have to isolate in the middle of the fucking woods because certain frequencies trigger me, you know what I mean? It's just, sorry. Well, you don't know what they wake up to every night. Yeah, exactly. I mean, hearing the story, even just like simplistic stories of the ones who have to like, they have like a girlfriend, and he's like, I have to clear my house 8 times a night. What? Every fucking hour? You don't even get like extended REM sleep. You just get like a 30-minute nap, wake up, grab your gun. Your girlfriend's supposed to just pretend that's fucking normal, and you go around your house under the assumption in Milwaukee that there's fucking Taliban about, and he's like, I know there's no Taliban, but I just gotta do it. And it's like, that's not good, man. That's not a good fucking outcome for a human being. And that's true. I mean, honestly, yeah, if every one of us had to, well, I don't know. Who knows? We might even be more war hungry if all of us had to serve. Like, if everybody had to serve, who knows? We might be even more like in worship of the state or whatever the fuck, you know? What's up, Yeet? Bro, honestly, put my ass on a rooftop in a camo outfit. Sniping is the way to go. I don't know, man. I don't know. But even that, you know what I mean? What if you had to take the life of like a kid because there was like some sort of like security threat that we think this kid might have a fucking bomb on him? Oh, we don't really know. You know, you don't even know. So you just like, out of precaution, are like, yeah, take him down, bro. And then you just like shot a fucking 4-year-old hanging out in like the market because you thought that he had a bomb strapped to his chest, and now his mom's like grabbing, like, oh my fucking god, what the fuck is this shit? Oh no. You know, and it's just like, now you gotta live with that, you know? And then what, you're just supposed to go home and I'm going to compartmentalize this perfectly well, and I'm just gonna grow up and help other people work out and do CrossFit, or, you know, I don't, like, what's to be gained? I don't fucking know, man. He barked orders at his Afghans in a kind of pidgin Persian, and then they stormed into mud-walled homes, kicking over furniture while screaming at families. We'd been trained to keep civilians calm, to de-escalate high-tension situations, but Jack's unit was doing the opposite. I saw one of his guys smash an old man's face with a rifle butt for no reason other than he was slow to... I saw one of his guys smash an old man's face with a rifle butt for no reason other than he was slow to do as commanded. And stuff like that is considered a serious infraction. But Jack didn't blink. He just kept yelling about bombs, the Taliban, and bin Laden. It was chaos, and it was clear that he didn't know how to run a proper search. There was no grid pattern, no coordination. He pointed at random houses, claiming Singent? Just following orders. Just following... Exactly. How many order followers do we have in the world? Too fucking many. Singent. What's it? Singent? Sigint. What's that? Is that an acronym for something? Humans are one of the few mammals that respond better to negative reinforcement for psych training programming. Yeah, what would be an example of that, just out of curiosity? Like getting yelled at that, "You're a piece of maggot crap. Get your ass down there, soldier." Includes communications intelligence, electronic intelligence, foreign... Okay, so it's just... Okay. I'll see you, babes. Take care. It was chaos, and it was clear he didn't know how to run a proper search. There was no grid pattern, no coordination. He pointed at random houses, claiming SIGINT had marked them as hot. But when we checked, all we'd find were blankets and cooking pots. It honestly seemed like things couldn't get any worse, but then somehow they did. Jack's Afghans started dragging people out of their homes and then lining them up in the dirt. I heard screams from a house down the street, and when I got there, Edema's 2 American guys were beating a shopkeeper, demanding he confess to being Al-Qaeda. The guy didn't even speak English, but Jack was right there minutes later, egging them on, saying stuff like, "Break him. He knows where the bombs are." But there was no evidence, no bomb-making equipment, just a terrified old man begging and pleading in the dirt. I pulled my sergeant aside and said something about how the task force didn't seem like they knew what they were doing. He nodded, tight-lipped, but we had our orders. We kept moving, but I felt sick, like we were complicit just by being there. The raid eventually wrapped up, but we found nothing. No bomb maker, no explosives. All we'd done was tear that village apart. And then, as we were prepping the exfil, a couple of Edema's Afghans came over, grinning. Edema? Did they introduce an Edema? I don't even know who these people are. Edema. Edema. Wait. Oh. I actually don't know. Edema. Whatever. Fast typer. That's me. The little electronic spider crawling up your arm. That's me tattletaling on you. I'm texting the police. He's said a bad word. Online. No bomb maker, no explosives. All we'd done was tear that village apart. Then, as we were prepping to exfil, a couple of Edema's Oh my god. I'm never getting through this shite. Actually, we're really close. Then, as we were prepping to exfil, a couple of Vidima's Afghans came over, grinning like they'd won a prize. One of them pulled out a cloth bundle and unwrapped it. Inside were dried, shriveled pieces of human flesh, fingers, ears, and other parts I couldn't identify. They said it was from a woman they'd caught, claiming she was Al-Qaeda or Taliban. And I wanted to puke. These weren't soldiers. These were murderers and butchers. My team stood there, stunned into silence, as the Afghans laughed and passed the bundle around like some trophy. I looked at Jack, expecting him to shut it down, but he just smirked and said something about how that was part of their war. Not ours. It's part of their war. Not ours. He played with the devil's doll. I was taking a piss earlier and I thought of that as like a line in a movie. He played with the devil's doll. Like, if, I don't know, like you're wondering, what happened to that guy? He like got squished by a car. Well, he was cursed. He played with the devil's doll. Or the devil's doll. And that's the name of the movie, The Devil's Doll. And it's just sort of like a, it's not Coraline, but the Annabelle. Yeah, it's kind of like an Annabelle type doll. But I really just want to make that movie specifically just so some old gross man can look at the camera and go, he played with the devil's doll. Sorry, spoilers. Spoilers of my made up fucking scenario. The Pen 15 movie series was amazing. I should just start making stuff up like that. Like, what show are you watching, Joel? Been watching Pen 15, season 6. Shit's getting crazy. They just added a gay character, and he is sassy. You can sell it to Fart Flicks. I looked at Jack, half expecting him to shut it down, but he just smirked and said something about how that was part of their war, not ours. And back at base, my sergeant lost it. He got in Jack's face, calling him out for letting... Lindsay, thank you. Good to see you. Now back at base, my sergeant lost it. He got in Jack's face, calling him out for letting his men run wild and for letting them... Blech, I'm getting caught on my mouth. The devil's doll. I wondered why my back was hurting, and I realized it was because I was playing with the devil's doll. The devil's just like pissed that you're playing with his doll. I guess it could be like a little girl, you know what I mean? She's the devil, right? Possessed by the devil. But then she has like sort of her proxy as the doll. And everybody thinks the doll is haunted, but it's actually the little girl. And she's pissed that you're touching her fucking doll. That's her doll. Wake up, Pradeep is sleeping in your face. This is a fever dream. Yeah, I can't even allow Pradeep into my room whilst sleeping. He is a nuisance. But then if I wake up like mid-morning and then kind of like let him come in and join me for like a continued nap, he sleeps then, so must just be the nighttime zoomies. Validate me, I have long lashes, tell me I'm pretty. You are pretty, and you are ready for the lashes ball. You must see how many lashes you can fit on your face. If they can reach all the way to the other end of the auditorium, you win bigly. You have a generally good idea of turning the devil's doll into a horror story. Okay, well, I won't spoil that. I'm sorry. It's crappening. It's crappening. Coming to internet theater soon, The Devil's Doll. Also, you guys want to hear something exciting? Hollywood is dying, and YouTube and content creators are the future. I looked at Jack, half expecting him to shut it down, but he just smirked and said something about how that was part of their war, not ours. Back at base, my sergeant lost it. He got in Jack's face, calling him out for letting his men run wild and for letting them take body parts as trophies. But Jack just shrugged, cold as ice, and said something about how he was just helping them clean house. I had seen some cold mother effers in my time, but the way that Jack guy acted was next level. That sounded lame. The way that Jack guy acted was next level, fellas. What do you think? And the rest of your outfit is just like a bunch of monkeys. Do you think the Navy SEALs use chimps? I think every Navy SEAL team should get at least like one chimp. You know what I mean? Just to sort of like disarm the local population you're going into. They'll think you're like a circus act, and then all of a sudden the chimp just like whoops out a fucking Desert Eagle and blows someone's head off. They use actual seals. Well, I prefer the monkeys. I don't know, I feel like chimps have like a natural athleticism to them, you know what I mean? Listen, Elon Musk already said that we've reached the singularity when it comes to like chimps and testing. So I'm going to be real with you. 15 years time from now, mark this day, mark this stream, write this down. There's going to be an entire SEAL team, forget SEAL Team 6, forget Bin Laden, the guy who killed Jim Jobin, just remember Boko the Navy SEAL, the first full chimp squad. Or who knows, maybe they'll fight for Mossad or something like that. Do you know the average chimpanzee has 4 times the strength of the average human? Look up humans, only apes that can... Exactly, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. They're all... They're already off to like a perfect start. A chimp with a fucking like Uzi? You wouldn't expect it. Now granted, I'm sure they'd catch on eventually. Everybody'd be terrified of chimps. Ooh. 28 days later, IRL rage monkeys. Oh, good point. Yeah, we could just fill them. We could make them smart with Neuralink, and then we could fill them with the rage COVID virus. Boom. Send them straight to Tehran. Fuck. Hootie, welcome back for 42 months. Dang, almost the 4-year mark. That's crazy. What was that, 48 months? I can't do math. Chimps are extremely dangerous. You're damn right they are. They're the most dangerous, especially ones from America that know how to salute. And have like a cool trench coat. And maybe like a whenever they radio something in, they have like a banana walkie-talkie. I've seen some cold mother effers in my time, but the way that Jack guy acted was next level. My sergeant stormed off, radioed our CO, and told him we were done with those Saber 7 clowns. We figured the CO would come down on us heavily since they were CIA, but he came back saying that he couldn't get a straight answer on who they were. He called an American officer in Kabul who swore the CIA had no record of any Task Force Saber 7, and the Pentagon didn't know either. It was like Dima and his crew had materialized out of thin air. And we started quietly asking around trying to find out who the hell Jack really was, but nobody had any answers. Some of the American guys we worked with said that he'd been floating around Kabul since 2001, peddling fake Al-Qaeda videos and claiming he was hunting bin Laden. But it wasn't until mid-2004 that we started hearing whispers about what Jack was really up to. After that FUBAR raid with the so-called task force, we kept our distance from them. But then one day, the rumors started swirling. Jack wasn't some wannabe operator. He was running a private torture prison. The Afghan police raided his compound in July, and when the truth came out, it was what the fuck? Who's Jack? I don't know any of these people in this story, bro. I just thought it was like crazy Afghan dudes. But you're telling me he had like a whole like island of Dr. Monroe situation going on where he'd torture people and do experiments on them in Afghanistan? Is it Samurai Jack? Man. Any chimpanzee performing in Hollywood for anything you have ever seen was an adolescent male who'd been raised by humans. Okay, thank God. Honestly, that one like movie Get Out, the fact that they used like a CGI chimp was just like so bad, bro. Made me so... I mean, granted, I'm sure it probably was a little scary to work with them, and who knows, maybe they have limitations on like, you know, chimps in Hollywood or whatever, but I feel like that part really took... You know what I mean? I feel like as a director, you kind of have to be aware of that. Unless they like had a chimp. Maybe it was like Michael Jackson's chimp or something like that, and then he just like got mad on set and took off or whatever. But the whole concept, if you remember that, not Get Out, but the Nope movie, I was actually Curious George. But the whole concept with the Nope movie was like this chimp, you know, chimps out and like kills everybody. God, that movie made no sense, because it was like, well, one, you get like immediately taken out of it whenever you see like shitty CGI, which CGI has not gotten better since like Harry Potter 1. Like nothing, like just nothing has gotten better at all. It's embarrassing. And then 2, he chimps out, and then nobody on the set like thought like I should get the fuck away from this chimp. He somehow was just like able to like systematically go and like Jason Bourne everyone without them running. Like even the last guy like was in the audience, didn't even seem like he made an effort to get away. He was just like chilling up there in the seat or something. I don't know. It's just... And then for some reason a shoe was floating, and they never explain why the shoe, and then it's a metaphor, but it's not based in the reality of the movie. You know, and I'm just like, I don't, you know, no more horror movies, bro. I will go see Jordan Peele's football movie or whatever, maybe, at some point. If it's good. If it's good, I'll fucking see it. If it's not, I'll just chalk it up to another fucking Peele horror pooper. Oh, I ruined it for you. I'm sorry, bro. Dude, the movie's been out for 96,000 years. I can't not ruin everything. It's in my nature. That was the part of the movie you liked, bro? Interesting. I don't know. I feel like that was the weakest storyline. You better be going to see a new Superman. I probably will, honestly, see the new Superman. It does look fun. The Afghan police raided his compound in July, and when the truth came out, it was worse than we could have ever imagined. He'd set up shop in a 2-story house in Kabul, a nondescript place you'd walk past without a second glance. But inside, it was a living nightmare. They'd turn it into their own private black site, with zero oversight and no rules. They called it a mission to hunt Al-Qaeda, but in reality, it was more like something out of a cheap splatter movie. Jack Adema was arrested, and so were his 2 sidekicks. One guy, Brent Bennett, was a former paratrooper. The other guy, Ed Caraballo, was literally just a journalist, former CNN and National Well, did this happen? Is this fucking real? This is like such a big jump. What the fuck? But the other guy, Ed Carballo was literally just a journalist, former CNN and National Geographic too, who'd attached himself to Adima's fake unit so he could see some action. And their scam was terrifying and simple. They'd grab Afghans off the street, just regular folks like shopkeepers, farmers, anyone they decided was a quote-unquote terrorist. Then they'd drag them back to their makeshift torture prison before interrogating them. Those that gave false confessions were then handed over to the Americans, most likely in exchange for some kind of bounty and continued military assistance. 8 guys were found when the cops busted in, some hanging from their feet, others bound and hooded, all of them beaten to hell. The place had makeshift cells. Is this real life? Superman seems like a rehash with poor CGI. That's fair. That's honestly fair. I don't know. I don't know anything about Superman to honestly say. I may have said that I'm just going to see it because Ollie wants to see it. But if it's good, it's good. I ain't disputing that. This isn't the first story you've told where the United States were the enemy for real. I mean, yeah, fucking... Wait, I don't understand. Is that a bad thing to present it as such? Because I don't think it's like presenting them as the enemy as much as it is like showing how capable and like gray area a war zone really is. It's a rehash because it is a rehash. Well, that's true too, yeah. I mean, I guess they kind of had to reset. I do miss Henry Cavill though, man. He was the tits. He was tits McGits. The place had makeshift cells, chains on the walls, with all the blood and feces everywhere, and I heard that it stunk to high hell. Adima claimed he was interrogating high-value targets for intel on bin Laden, but it was all bullcrap. Most of those poor guys were just locals caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Afghan government said it was a straight-up war crime, and they were right too. Adima's crew used methods that were medieval, like hanging guys upside down for hours, sometimes days, until their bodies just sort of gave out. Other prisoners said their heads were held underwater while Adima and his Afghans screamed questions they couldn't answer. Sleep deprivation was another favorite of theirs. They'd keep the lights on, blast music, and shake their prisoners awake every time they passed out. The report... Damn. Zam. Henry Cavill might still be in it. That'd be cool. Maybe they can bring him back as like a bad guy or something. Couldn't find a way to make a human-sized tarantula for wars. I wonder how many people would actually surrender from just the looks of it. Yeah, imagine how fast it would fucking move. Like, I don't think you'd be able to contain a beast like that unless you had like some sort of, I don't know, electrode in it that just like paralyzes it and you can contain it. Guantanamo 2.0. I think so. I remember hearing that they had like a ton of these kinds of like black sites and like various point. Like people get worked up about Guantanamo, but I think they just like have them all over the earth. Ever watch My Adventures with Superman show? I haven't. No, what's that one? Happened in 2004. Adima later converted to Islam, then died of AIDS. Oh, perfect. Been streaming for 5 hours. Yeah, dude, the streams have been going longer and longer. Hyped that we're getting a DC movie that looks potentially promising that isn't a Batman movie. That's true. Yeah, since that one that's more gritty with Cullen, and now this, we're in a decent spot. There were reports of starvation, too. Guys left without food or water for days in order to break their will. Jack, whose real name was Jonathan, denied everything in court, claiming he never burned anyone with cigarettes, poured boiling water on them, or pulled out their toenails to extract confessions. But the survivors told a different story. They talked about being shackled in stress positions and the constant threat of beatings, or worse, if they didn't confess. Jack and his boys weren't interrogating anyone. They were torturing people for fun. I remember hearing about the raid on his place from one of our intel guys. Afghan police found bloodstains, ropes, and hoods, stuff like that looked like it belonged in a horror movie. The prisoners, some of whom were barely alive when they were found, told the court that Edema's crew treated them like animals, how that it even taunted and laughed at them as they begged and screamed for mercy. Edema had the nerve to say that he was working for the Pentagon, but it was all lies. The U.S. military had taken just one single solitary detainee from him back in 2002 or 2003, and had held the guy for a month before realizing he was a nobody, and after that they cut him off. He'd conned everyone, from Northern Alliance warlords to journalists, into thinking he was legit, and everyone had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Sometimes I think back to that raid that he tricked us into joining them on, and the dried body parts his Afghans showed us. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a one-off and Jack Edema had encouraged it, and then I wondered how much more suffering he inflicted before he was caught. He was sentenced to 10 years in September of 2004, and I get a real sense of satisfaction when I hear that news. But it didn't erase the guilt of having worked with him, even if it was for just a couple of hours. He ran that house of horrors for literally years, ruined some people's lives, and then walked away with a pardon from President Karzai? Who's that? Who the flippity? Is that Afghanistan? President Flavor Flav. What's up, y'all? How do you say Karzai? Joel, you put me to sleep in 2 minutes and now it's almost 2 hours later. I think you're undercover hypnotist. Is this a psyop? It is, yeah. I work for the CIA and I am here to make you love. Drum roll, please. Tonga. Karzai. Okay, sweet. I seen it through my car's eyes. I'm an installed puppet. I'm an installed operative within the YouTube ranks. I watched all of Young Justices, which I really liked a lot, but other than that I haven't. You need to consume more media, Matt. You need to do it tonight. He ran that house of horrors for literally years, ruined some people's lives, and then walked away with a pardon from President Karzai in 2007. I know he ended up dying of AIDS in Mexico in 2012, and while the circumstances surrounding his death are really shady, I know for certain he never fully paid for what he did. And it's things like that which make me wish I was a religious man. But if by some slim miracle there really is a place people like that are punished when they die, then I know he's going to get far worse down there than he ever dished out up here. Consume. Hell is just a big Dave & Buster's. It kicks ass. Alright guys, let's read the outro and get y'all on out of here. When you first started YouTube, how did you make any connections with other YouTubers? I just reached out to them. I just, I was fortunate where people did like my voice. So one of the first ones I ever worked with was, who got me some subscribers, I mentioned this before, was King Spook. And they just they hear you, if you have skills or whatever, or if you have something to offer them, they can hear it, and just like anybody, as a subscriber goes, they can just kind of know out the gate. And then they can tell that you're a really good Batman. Does YouTube really host unbelievable parties where you have to be high-ranking for a YouTuber and only get a +1 any parties are almost indescribable money? Yeah, I think so. They never invite me though. It's only Markiplier, PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, T-Series, Kai Cenat, and pretty much every hot ASMR girl there is just used as a toy. So I've asked many times, I said, hey, can I get invited? They say you're kind of a dweeb, whatever. Queef Sweat with the 27B in your dreams. Hell yeah, I'll be waiting. Also, you guys gotta help me think of something funny to say. Hello. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations. Look at it anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, microwave your Twix. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, microwave your Twinks. Wombat combat beats spider armies. Oh man, I'm tired. Thanks for hanging, guys. I'm gonna go to sleep now. But I'll get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month for early access to all the audio that goes up on there besides the bonus content. But other than that, I'll get up on YouTube same time, same place at letsread.official. Or no. What the fuck am I sorry. I'm out of it. I will get it up on Patreon, and then I'll get it up on YouTube same time, same place here on YouTube at Let's Read. What am I saying? Here on YouTube at 9 p.m. I don't even know, dude. I'm like mixing up on my shit. Oh, I have Alzheimer's. Oh well. I'm fried like a chicken wing. Alright guys, love you, appreciate you. We'll see you in the next stream, which will be Wednesday night. Set your notification bells, it really helps. Bye bye.